We might be getting started. Everyone ready?
Uh, yep.
Okay. We find ourselves last uh, we find ourselves last at the armory of this temple that you found. You have the party before this has come to find secrets, whether they came to the Cave of Secrets, and they've come to either find adventure, secrets, money, whatever their goal is. They're here. And they've journeyed further into this cave than probably they should have, and now they're here. And I think maybe at that we might explain some of those consequences. But first, I think maybe we'll skip Alex for a moment. So, because your description, I'm sure, of your character is going to be great at the end. But we're going to start with Jenna. Jenna, you've just had a slight chance to rest. You're in this armory. People are kind of swapping out gear. They're finding gear. Tell us
Mhm.
about your character and what we see.
Uh, well, I'm Jenna, and I'm playing Jenna. Um, they look like me, and this was done. This was done technically by Isaac. I did not self-insert myself into a campaign. It was Isaac who did it. But I have traveled across worlds somehow from my original land of smog and wildfires. And I came here during some crazy stuff in an iceberg and with cave people. Uh, and in exchange for the knowledge that I have brought from the future, they taught me how to protect myself because I have no self-defense knowledge whatsoever until now. And I'm using that to help me get through this really weird cave, which is really weird. That's about it. I
I
don't know
really
what to
hope
say
you have
after
a
that.
whole
It's really
page
weird.
of RP notes for yourself to make sure you do it right.
Yeah, make sure you stay true to your character. That's for sure. I mean, to be fair, we did do a fun one that just happened that you're the only person that, of all your characters, you survived.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
have four other characters, but
Alex
I
got
was the
ripped
one
up.
who survived.
Yeah, Alex got ripped up by an owlbear, so unfortunately he didn't get to play himself.
It was a real short introduction.
I wish it was a Fule.
This
All right.
encounter is unbalanced.
Coming up next, we have Dawson. Dawson, tell us about your character.
Hi, I'm Dawson. I'm not playing any of my other characters from the funnel. They all died. Even Dawson himself. He fell in a hole. So, I'm playing a Yeti. And he's called Yeda. Yeda is a wonderful individual, and he's a great friend in Spring Kills. And she is the only one, and I mean the only one, who truly understands him. I like Alex's picture. And so it's a bit troublesome. His friend isn't truly able to understand him anymore. And now his deity, Daughtry, is really pissed at him. He told him to find the joy in doing work, but he's doing a very bad job at it for some reason. He has to try even harder now to be better than he can possibly be. And
Wow.
that's Yada.
Thanks. Coming up next, we have Percy. Percy, tell us about your character in their quest to find the kitchen.
Pillsbury is a large white dude. He has a chef's hat that's currently being occupied by a couple of eyes. He is starting to pick up a lot of equipment. He's got a battle axe, a sword, a shield, couple of axes, his rolling pin. Can't give that up. and he's starting to run out of treats because we've been in this dungeon a really long time, and he likes the pastries. He's still got a baguette.
Oh.
But yeah, he's starting to run out of food, which is kind of making him sad.
No. Well, we
A
better
little bit.
turn that frown upside down. Oh, it's
We got to
horrible.
find the kitchen. There's got to
Yeah,
be a kitchen.
this could turn into a tragedy if we don't. It's so sad. I'm really excited for your character arc. Coming up next, Alex, tell us about your character.
Yeah, it hasn't been a tragedy yet. It's just been real happy and rosy.
Mm-hmm.
Sprinkles, as she was formerly known, is just a simple country girl. She was a gardener. She lived with her brother. She was sort of his caretaker, and she got wrapped up in a big adventure that took the lives of most of the people that she loved, and so she's a little darker now. Luckily, she met Yeda, which is like kind of her friend. They experienced that tragedy together, and so they've been sort of traveling the world. She has come to this place sort of at the request of Yeda, but also she kind of has been like having some hallucinations of some of those people that died, and so she's not really too sure. She sort of thinks that their spirits are still here, so she wants to find a way to like make all that go away a little bit for her. So that's really why she came down here. But one of the ghost spirits that she's seeing probably is like berating her right now, and that would be that of Mama Da, because she touched like a gemstone in a door foolishly without thinking, and it turned her body just kind of dropped limp, and she just is now just a pair of eyeballs that are wandering around. Seems like they I can move myself around and possess unintelligent life. So I had a short little stint here as a rat. That was fun. And now, Pillsbury seems like has the tallest perch where I can get a good view of the room. And so that is where I'm currently residing, just sort of keeping an eye out, 2 eyes out for the party.
Thank you very much. All right. Well, I guess I'm going to turn it over to you all. You've just kind of donned your equipment and whatnot. What would the group like to do now?
Um,
Her. Her. He's gonna point at Pillsbury's hat. Her. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Her. Er. That way.
Jenna,
Uh-huh.
do you know what he's talking about?
Jenna.
eyeballs, yes.
Uh-huh.
Eyeballs.
Uh-huh.
Body.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Hat. Where's hat? Okay. Eyeballs. Where are eyeballs? No.
Where's the body?
Oh, the lasers. Oh. Good point.
Uh-huh.
Where is we should go get the body. We should get the body.
Job.
Good job.
Thank you. It was really hard because I'm lagging, so I just see.
All right, so it sounds
Okay.
like the group would like to get the body. If you would remember correctly, you last left the body over here in 1-5. That was the room where you fought that large spider
And we killed it.
and killed it.
Yeah. Cool. I will say, as we go to retrieve this body and we
Mhm.
pass through this room,
Yes.
room 2-3.
Yeah. You remember those as when you walk, if you decide to walk in, it sounds like you're walking in.
Mhm.
The eyes,
Or
you
I don't
would
know,
notice
well,
the eyes kind of
probably.
just look at you
I was
as you walk in.
I was gonna say before we walked in
Mm-hmm.
that you guys don't know this because it hasn't been invented yet, but there's a game that I like to play back where I live called The Legend of Zelda. And if I learned anything about, enemies like tall pillars with eyeballs on top, is that those enemies shoot lasers. I don't know if it's true, but I feel like that's true, and you have a mirror shield, so I think we should really hold up that mirror shield. All right. I knew playing Zelda would come in handy one day.
All right. So go ahead and describe what's going on as you guys are trying to get past this room, or you will.
close my eyes.
You'll get it.
The
Okay.
answer. I guess
I
the
had behind all.
is just going to hold the shield up just over his head, and him being a taller fellow, just be like, and just start walking forward.
All right. You have control of this little comet here, don't you, Yeda? I'll allow you to move where you move, just so I have an idea of where you're going.
Hello.
Okay.
Jenna.
And he's gonna point at the weird skull thing that's over here.
Skull.
Huh? Or
Mm. I don't know. Not right now, baby.
No. Move.
Move the skull?
No.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I don't think we want to move the skull. Last time we moved a skull, the sprinkles lost their eyes.
Right. Uh-huh.
I'm lagging again, so
Uh-oh.
I missed something there.
Left.
Uh-huh.
8. Move. Uh-huh.
And I guess he's gonna just gesture his
Move.
body like he's gonna move the shield to the left and or to the right.
Oh, for like which way to block from?
Uh-uh.
No? Okay.
Move.
Okay, I'm gonna gesture towards room 2-2 and be like, that
No.
way.
You fool!
Room 1 okay.
The Yadot's just gonna get upset and just annoyed, and then he's gonna
I'm
start
really bad at charades.
moving to the right.
Okay.
Move left. Move right. Uh-huh. Or
We need to move up. Why are we going left to right? Yeah. The body's up, right? That's the way we came from. Why are we asking left to right? We're going to the body.
Move.
Pillsbury. Left, right.
Left.
God.
Left. He's gonna start moving left.
Okay.
What?
Describe how you're moving. Are you walking, or where are you going on that square? Is pretty much what I need to know.
Sticking close to the wall, making sure the shield's between me and the weird head eyeball things.
Everyone else, are they doing the same? They're kind of staying close
Yep.
to the wall. Or are they going? No. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I'm just
All right. They're
following.
staring at you, and they go ahead.
Sprinkles would go do the same thing I did before, go underneath that curtain or that tapestry and go behind it.
Run through it. Yep, you're able to. And as you do, you would see a little grating here. This grating, I want to say, is about maybe 5-6 inches wide. You definitely
Pretty
could.
small tube.
Yep, you could definitely fit a few eyeballs through it, but anyone else in your party probably wouldn't fit.
Escape route.
All right, everyone seems to be moving around. We're going to go ahead and get you to about right here. That's no problem. You scoot up through this way, and the eyeballs continue to watch you, but nothing more than that. And you're able to make your way back up through here.
Seems to be tracking like a certain person or thing or set of eyeballs. Or are they just looking at all of us?
Just watching you.
Okay.
Just watching you. You are able to move up through here. We're going to say that you do get back. Move your tokens to about right here. You are able to walk through that door, and you do see the body, which is still in a comatose state, sitting there, but it's not how you left it. It seems that someone has taken the time to wrap it in some linen and kind of put its arms kind of around its chest, and it's there, but it's kind of pushed up against the corner of the wall.
Ooh.
My eyes are going to roll down off of the hat and just go over there. I know it's not going to do anything, but like trying to focus on like getting back into my body and all that kind of thing.
For a second you do. And you feel like you're going in, and then a sharp pain you feel through your body for a second, this pain, this sickness, and your eyes just eject from the sockets.
Does it, like, when the linen bits are removed, does it like it still like looks like sprinkles, like they haven't been
That's her.
changed?
It just seems like someone carefully wrapped her up, kind of put her hands over her chest.
Okay. I guess, do we carry her?
And the Yadash is gonna go over and just scoop and just hold her.
Wait, wait. She's got all this linen stuff. What if we make like a baby Bjorn or like a backpack? Maybe a backpack, because putting Sprinkles on the front might like be like a meat shield, and we don't want Sprinkles to be a meat shield. I'm sure Sprinkles wants their body
why
back.
Well, you can't go back into the body, so why not use the body?
What if we can break the curse? And then if the curse is broken and then the eyes go back, and we've been using Sprinkles as a meat shield, then they're just gonna be like eyeballs on pudding. Really gross, bloody pudding, and I think they want to be solid.
Eyeballs, go
Yeah.
and find that baguette and just start like rolling around on the baguette. Very aggressively.
What's he trying to tell me?
I don't know. I'm not good at charades.
The Yedda is going to try using whatever extra linen that is in the area off her face and start making a backpack. And just like kind of like wrapping up spring kills. It just
I'll help.
put it on his back.
Okay, we're gonna say that a little bit of time passes, but you're able to kind of make some type of backpack-esque type. And congratulations, you now have sprinkles. You're carrying sprinkles. We'll just say if it comes to it, I'm not going to say they necessarily attack the body, but your movement, we'll just say, is kind of affected. We'll say halved or whatever because you're carrying sprinkles on you. Okay, what would you like to do? Congratulations, you've retrieved the body.
The pair of eyes are gonna go and like nestle in near the body. It's as close as I can get.
The filling hole again.
So close yet so far away. I mean, so we could go south from here, or if we want to go back to the eyeball room. Okay. So this is the point where if you say left or right, it'll make sense to me.
Do I with the eye, like my vision, do I feel like my vision is exactly the same as if I was myself, like
Yes,
I'm a human, I can't see without light and stuff like that? Okay.
that is correct. If you remember correctly, here is a little bit darker, but once you get back into that other section, that illumination follows you all on the top and the bottom of the corridor.
Does it follow us into 1-5?
It does not.
Okay.
The Yedda is going to say, right.
Right.
Uh-huh.
I gotcha.
Uh-huh.
All right, so it sounds like you are moving down.
Uh-huh.
All right, you
Yes.
go ahead and go. You've Sprinkles, though you aren't aware, has already tried to find something here. It might take a little bit of effort. Give me an intelligence check as you get to this dead end over here.
Yedal or from me or
I don't know, whoever would like to give it.
I'll give it a try. Let's see. And it was okay. I was seeing if I had a skill for that. I don't. Oh, a dirty 20.
Okay, you do see that there seems to be a latch up against the bottom here. If you were to just go ahead and on this side of the wall, it's as simple as just unhooking it. There seems to be just a small latch from the ground that seems to be holding back this panel. If all it's as simple, just bend over, unhook, and this latch would be you'd be able to move this door.
Okay. I'm gonna point it out and I'm gonna like hook my hand, be like, do it. I get the eyeball nod and I do it.
All right, you find it seems to be a dark hallway, but it seems to be going down a bit.
Ooh.
Stairs cascade down into another little landing, which seems to go off into the distance. And about where this is here from where you are, it seems to be a bit dark. What would the group like to do?
Um,
Last I checked, you did have a torch.
yeah, one of us made a torch.
Mm-hmm.
If we light it, do you guys want to go check it out since we found it?
Sure.
All right. Whoever has the torch, we're gonna light it.
Whee! Torch is
Whee!
lit. You begin to move down. The darkness kind of gives way to that torch light. As you continue down, yeah, I get to remove things.
Whee!
You find yourself to a fork in the road. It is a
Ooh.
bit dark, so you're able to see. And this is the biggest question. Would you like to go left or right?
I think eyeballs will drop and start rolling forward and take a peek. I'm a little more inconspicuous, so
Okay. Yeah, you see the torchlight gets to about right here. You do see a long hallway that heads in that direction. And on this side it seems to be a bit dark, but you do see up on top this faint kind of candlelight licking about maybe 100 feet up, licking the roof. But it seems like there's a ledge. You really can't see above that.
I'm going to go that direction and get a better look at whatever that is.
Okay. Does the group follow?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. You move on down and you find an area that appears to be kind of, you see a small kind of like hidden door in front. That's no problem. Just to push away leads to a larger area, and you just smell like this muck squishy on the ground. You find yourself to be on the bottom of what appears to be a bone pit. The cave floor slopes downward gently and then widens. Uh, and on the bottom, you see it appears to be the stink of guano with piles of pristine skeletons all about this section over here and about the center of this area.
Pristine,
Pristine skeletons.
as if something's been picking them clean.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Oh. Mm.
I wonder if it was a spider. I'm gonna look around for any kind of I'm gonna look around for any kind of movement just to be safe.
Okay, give me let's see. Give me one more intelligence check.
7.
7. All right, you do see some kind of, even with that, you do see something. You see a corner of your eye when the flame hits up against the wall. There seems to be a corpse, and it's bloated, and it seems to be kind of, the skin seems to kind of be like moving in and out. Seems there's something on its face, and it's just kind of, you're kind of unsure, but it seems to kind of be moving. You see a cheek kind of flick every once in a while. You see like a pectoral muscle kind of just tighten and then release as it sits in the corner, kind of sloped over to the side.
You guys see that? I'm gonna point it out. Do you guys want to leave?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna back out. Good. Yeah. I'm gonna back out. I don't know about you
Okey-dokey.
guys, but I am.
Eyeballs are gonna go down the other way.
All right, sounds good. You head back down this way, and
Someone close the door.
Yeah,
I run
I'll
back.
close the door.
Okay.
you find yourself headed up an entrance a bit, and you find yourself going up a series of stairs. Do you continue up or do you head back?
I'll keep going.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. We're back on that second map there towards the bottom.
And
We're moving up.
if
Go
it
ahead.
matters, I would like to be significantly in front of the group. Like I'd be leading off maybe like 30 feet or so.
All right, that sounds good. Eventually, you do get to a ladder as the group walks behind you.
Ooh.
So
This goes-
Sprinkles, I want to see you do this. Can you do it? You can do it. Go.
There's like a part of Sprinkles that like was going to do this, but being told to do it like makes her like so like she's sort of defiant for a little bit, but then yeah, she's gonna attempt to roll up the wall.
You are able to, just like you're able to roll up people's legs and move up. You're able to roll up this wall.
Eyes will get to like eye level with Pillsbury and just like stare and continue up.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Just picturing that is both hilarious and disturbing, like all wrapped into one package. All right, I guess I'll follow up.
Okay. As you move up, there seems to be a trap door about the ceiling of this ladder here.
Ooh. Push. You'll push it open.
Okay. A
See where
little
it
bit
goes?
of resistance, almost like there seems to be some type of kind of cloth over it, but with just a hearty push, you're able to push it over. Kind of the rug, there seems to be a rug on top of it, and you're able to push that out of the way. And you find yourself in a room that's constructed of stone blocks. It is almost completely empty besides that large rug that is situated in the center of the room. As you step inside, you hear a buzzing sound, and the air feels charged with energy. A loud ka-chunk reverberates from above, and the room suddenly is as bright as day. But there's no visible source of light.
I'm gonna look around for, or no, because you said there's a buzz, a ka-chunk, light, no visible source, and like I mean, I know you said no visible source, but like it doesn't look like the ceiling itself is lit up, like you
It
know,
sure
like
does.
like.
In fact, it seems like
Oh, okay.
it's the same type of lighting that you've come to expect from the other area in the second section, the temple section.
Okay.
You find a door a little to the east. After quick investigation, congratulations. You found the armory.
Whoa.
Hmm.
I can get more sling stones and throw it at things.
I think this is bad news.
Bad news. I guess
What
now
about
there's
the
only
group?
one other room to. Sorry.
The eyes are just going to enter into the room and just be staring at that archway that leads back to the room with the two pillar eyes.
Sounds good. I'm assuming the rest of the group follows.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
You found yourself here. You find yourself up against the wall once again. What is the group doing?
And we tried the door, right?
Kind of.
You've tried to listen.
Or yeah, because I was listening to it, and then when oh shoot, what did I was hearing something on the other side.
You press your ear up against the
humming.
door, and then that's what triggered those eyeballs to start doing something.
Yeah.
And I don't know what other way we would have to go other than through that door at this point.
Yeah. But Zelda knowledge, mirror shield, we can do it. Video games are totally legit in this world. Well, maybe not all the time, but close enough. I don't know. Yeah, Daw, do you should all of us go in there, or do you want to test it out with the shield on your own first?
And what he's gonna do is he's gonna, I guess, start making his way like to the door. And when he's at the door, shield is just gonna be interposed between him and the eyeballs, and he's gonna try for the door.
All right.
I would be going
ahead.
to.
Okay. As you go to try for the door, it seems with a click to open. You hear a creaking behind you and a large thud as the eyeballs are attempting to try to swing down and hit at you, but are missing. But these things are huge, and they're thudding, and they're just falling short from hitting you up against that wall. The ground shakes with every hit and swing.
So it's like the entire pillar has become sort of like
The pillar
flexible.
has been flexible and is now falling down and trying to hit you over and over again.
Do I hear
That's
anything
not
on the other side of this door?
The door that you are at now, you do hear a slight hum and buzz.
Like an insect hum and buzz, or something else?
Maybe less of an insecty buzz, more of a ice demon power buzz.
Oh.
Oh, of course. An ice demon buzz.
He is gonna look back towards the group. Huh?
Pee.
Creak.
The door opens, and what you find is the heavy double doors squeak open on halting hinges to reveal an arched hallway. 5-foot squares, red and black flagstone, create a checkered board pattern on the floor. Another set of stout doors stand closed at the far end of the passage.
This feels like a trap.
Uh,
Well, it does. I have a skill for that. Can I look for traps?
Sure.
Cool. And just to double check, because I forgot, it's like a bonus on top of like whatever your intelligence score is, or it's just that bonus alone, Alex?
It's on top. It's so find
Wait.
trap is
Diedo's gonna give a big old
intelligence.
smile. Joy. He's gonna have a big old smile on his face. He's gonna put his hand on you, and he's gonna try and cast Bless.
Okay. Find joy in what you do. Yeah, duh. I got an 11 before.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Time to roll.
That's 3d4 again? Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm.
Disapproval is now 6. Well, that's good. 1. Oh, no. Yeah. What's an 8 give me
An 8
On the
on deity
disapproval table?
disapproval.
on the disapproval table?
You immediately incur a -4 penalty
Alex,
to
I
a
think you
spell.
might be muted.
Oh, sorry. Then you, Jenna. Yes, it's you didn't hear me when I said it is your intelligence score, or your intelligence modifier plus your skill.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, chat. You would have heard me, but they wouldn't have. I have to mute a lot because you know.
No, there's no problem.
Okay, so deity disapproval. Cleric immediately incurs a -4 penalty to spell checks on the specific
What?
spell that resulted in disapproval. So it's a -4 on the bless.
Nice one, Bless. It's already in the negative number.
Consider it a trash spell, I guess.
It's if I roll for a Bless, it's a -5 now. No, -3. Huh.
Oh. Yeah, duh.
Joy.
Wah, wah. Oh, the bless spell does not work.
Yeah.
Fair. So,
As far as looking for some type of trap,
and
what did
sorry,
you get?
with the I got a 12. I was gonna say because I thought it was an 11 if it was just a thing by itself, but knowing it's both those things together, it's a 12 total.
Okay. You see that there is definitely some type of trap. You think maybe that there has something to do with electricity, definitely. And it's running through the floor.
Oh, it's running through the floor. Okay. Okay. Maybe like when I was trying to figure this out, could I have put like one of my I picked up like stuff from the weapon room and like I added it to like the character sheet. Could I say like maybe like I took one of my many daggers that I have now and like put it to the floor to see if it like if there was like a spark or like some sort of like bzz, something that conducted at all
Sure,
to figure that out?
sure. You could try to do something like that.
Okay, that way we could like show
as
it.
you're testing,
Mhm.
you I'm gonna just say that you touch one flagstone
Mhm.
and nothing seems to happen. You touch the other flagstone. There's a black and a red flagstone. The black, when you touch it, nothing happens. You tap the
Mhm.
red flagstone and nothing happens.
Oh.
Is there anything out of the ordinary but the walls or ceiling?
No, not out of the ordinary. It seems that Jen has deduced that whatever this issue would be is on the floor.
I'm going to try to roll onto like avoid the tiles, but get up onto the wall and cross over to the door that way.
Okay, you're able to get there.
And with this other set of doors, possible to roll under?
No, it is not possible to roll under. You might need some help up getting that door open. What would the party like to do?
So we think that the tiles are electrified,
In some way,
Yes.
yes.
but if we touch one, it doesn't do anything.
Right. If you touch a black one, it seems not to do anything. If you touch a red one, it seems not to do anything.
What if we touch two of them?
Is that what? Are you testing it out? How are you testing this out?
Can I use your dagger?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll share.
I
Sure,
will
the
drop the dagger.
In the center of
Yeah,
them?
so that it
As you do that, you see these sparks begin to kind of jolt on the dagger as they seem to kind of beam back and forth, kind of bzzz in between these two different colors.
Oh, okay.
Am I able
Interesting.
to? Are my eyes able to like separate? Like, can one just roll away from the other?
Sure.
So I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna have that eyeball like go back to the party and like look up at them, and then it'll move on to like a black tile. And
Yep.
assuming nothing
All
happens,
good?
move back to another black one, like and kind of diagonally like cross the room that way.
Kind
Okay.
of what I was thinking.
Casey says you're breaking the action economy. I'm gonna let that slide. It's no problem. You are able to do that, though. It seems that these are checkerboard patterns, and you're gonna need to get a little bit of a hop in order to get over to that next one.
I'd like to hop.
Okay. Give me an agility check to try to get over that to the next one.
Do I have any modifiers to agility?
I believe I sent you that stat block.
It doesn't have.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah. So I don't
Easy.
have any ability scores other than I have saving throw numbers, but
Uh-huh. It'll be easy. You got it.
it'll be easy.
Yeah.
Okay. I rolled an 11.
Oh, you're fine. You're able to just kind of close. It was real tight, but you're able to get onto the next one, no problem. As you jump, you see that there are, though there is flagstone on the side, on the borders, it seems to be bare metal around them.
Once I've done this little demo, I'm getting back up on the wall.
Okay, you're able to do that, no problem.
Okay, I'm gonna follow his lead, and I will go onto the black one.
All right, you step onto the black one, fine.
And then I will jump over to the next black one.
All right, and before you do so, just a few questions. First off, what are you wearing?
Just a baker's outfit.
Okay, that's nice. All right, sounds good. Go ahead and give me an agility check. Try to get over to that next flagstone.
12.
All right, easy. One hop, you're there. No problem.
2 hops this time.
Dun, dun,
2 hops this time.
Two hops, two hops,
dun.
two hops, two hops.
I will hop over to the next one.
Okay. I'm gonna say maybe we'll do 2, and that'll be enough. We'll do 2. We're not gonna.
6.
Oh, that one you kind of.
Crisscross.
Yeah, crisscross. Charlie Brown now, y'all. You're gonna go ahead and as you do it, your heel's gonna hit that bare metal, and for a second, the 2 points touch. Now you said that you're wearing a baker's outfit. You don't have any metal armor on, do you?
No.
Okay. You do feel a slight jolt, and you take 4 points of damage. Though at this point, you do seem that you have kind of weathered the storm, and the rest of the way seems to be a breeze. You would be able to do that, no problem.
All right. I will go over to the door and open it.
You're able to open it, no problem. And on the other side, you see rubble and a small hallway that opens up to 2 large double doors. Now I'm going to ask the rest of the party, how are you guys getting across this?
I'm going to copy the baker.
Okay.
As agility, you said?
That is correct.
Okay. So that would be 16.
You're all good? First
Okay.
hop, no problem?
First hop, no problem. Okay. Second hop is 6.
6. Oh, what are you wearing?
Leather armor.
Leather armor? Okay.
You sound disappointed when you said
No, that's
disappointed.
good. I'm happy for you. 3 points of damage, but after that, you seem to be able to make it across. Hey, we just got raided. And at a crucial moment, too. Hello and welcome, Homebrew Cafe. Hope you all are doing well. Right now, you have found the party trying to get over this electric trap. And so far, 2 have succeeded. Well, 3 have succeeded. But now we just have Yeda get over this trap.
And that's
Yeah,
exactly what he was gonna do. He's gonna go over it by climbing over it.
Yeah,
'cause he
you
has
are.
climb speed.
He sure does. Climb over, no problem. You and Sprinkles' stiff body is able to get to the other side. Congratulations, you have survived the electric floor trap.
I just realized I have a climb sheer surfaces skill.
Mhm.
I have to roll for it, but I can do it.
Yeah.
I can.
Either way,
The Yedda
Bitch.
is gonna look towards Pillsbury, seeing that he got sapped. And he's gonna say,
I don't know. Your god doesn't seem to like you. I don't know. But yes, please.
Joy.
go ahead and roll.
13.
That's good.
You've embraced Marie Kondo. You found joy in what you were doing.
What's your alignment?
Neutral.
And what is your hit dice?
10.
You get 7 points of healing.
I am at full health again. Feel strong. Apparently your god likes me.
All right. Well, the party sees 2 ways to open now that you've moved into the hallway. One door to the south, one door in the center there that you're looking at. Where would the group like to go?
And just so everybody knows, we got a redemption from Gabe. He awarded everybody a fleeting luck.
Hey!
So I don't think we've had anyone redeem this. So just so everyone knows what fleeting luck is like, it's kind of like inspiration in 5e. It's a temporary thing. It doesn't get added to your luck score. It's just a fleeting +1 that you could give a roll. So when you're not streaming and have an EXP store, really what it can be is like the GM, the judge might give that out because somebody did something really cool, or they really enjoyed something that the party did. You're also supposed to get one, I think, when you crit or a nat 20 comes up. But if a 1 gets rolled, all of the fleeting luck goes away. So
All right.
you want
What
to
about
use it.
Does that work in terms of
Has to be a 1.
my current? Okay,
It has to be a 1. So
okay, that's good.
But this fleeting luck that is given in chat is special. This would not go away.
oh, good.
Mhm.
It's a special one. Thank you,
So
Gabe.
everyone has
Thank
1.
you.
And also remember that you could always burn luck. And that's something that I know it's been a little bit, but if you feel like you might need to, feel free to pump a little bit of points into things to kind of get you where you need to go as far as trying to hit something, make a save, and whatnot.
Talk to your deity, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, which way would the group like to go?
Big door, little door.
So, yeah. Should we listen to the doors? If anything's on the other
Sure.
side?
You want to listen to the big one? I'll listen to the little one.
Sounds good.
All right, give me
I'll do
both
that.
intelligence checks.
Dirty 20.
All right. Where are you listening? The center or the bottom?
The big door.
All right, sounds good. From there, you do not hear anything. It seems to be a bit quiet on the other side.
And I got
Okay.
a 12.
I'll report that.
12. Same goes for you. Nothing seems to be happening that you can tell on the other side of this door.
And just to double check, there is no other doors. It's just these 2 doors that are
Those
in the
2
rubble
doors.
room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Actually, as you say that, thank you. It was kind of high. There is one further up, and with that, I'm going to say with that investigation, you noticed it. But there is another one further up. You could go ahead and we'll say that you listen to that one as well. That
Okay.
one up there seems to as well be a bit quiet.
Okay. Should we eeny, meeny, miny, mo to figure out which one to go to next?
Here, I'll roll a d4 and see what we get.
There we go. Yeah, Daw, have you never heard of eeny, meeny, miny, mo? Oh.
So
Well, it
my
goes something like this.
open the big one.
And IT spells it lands on the big one.
Okay. Doors open wide, and from behind there, you see this.
Oh.
Massive columns buttress the cathedral ceiling high above you. A gigantic earthworm statue towers over a large bowl set in a pedestal at the center of the room. Runes running from the floor to ceiling are carved directly into the stone block walls. The letters wrap around the entire room, seeming to spell out a single word. Give me 1 second. I have a little thing to show you so you have a little better view of that. I'll go ahead and just post this right here in Miro so you could take a look. Whoop. It's loading up there. There you are.
Loading.
What is the word?
The worm is the word.
Oh, did you say worm or word?
There seems to be words around the center, but there is a worm statue in the middle. Are you looking to try to figure out what those words say? What
Yeah, I
those
think so.
runes say? All right. First off, what languages do you speak?
Eyeball, pantomime.
Or yeah, what languages do you know?
I think I didn't put any down. I have an intelligence of 9, so probably just my own.
Okay. So common, pretty much.
Yeah.
All right. You are unable really to decipher them with just a quick glance. Though you feel that if you might take a moment, try to let the words flow through you, you might be able to maybe figure something out. Would you like to try to press further?
You know, I'm already a pair of eyeballs. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, give me an intelligence check then.
All
Like how
right.
the eyeballs are trying to figure out words.
I rolled a 5.
Okay. um. No, it seems like chicken scratch. Unfortunately.
And the Yeddaw try to understand it.
Of course,
Excellent. He says an intelligence check.
it sure is.
No. It's a 3.
Oh, okay. No. That's even worse. It's like it's starting to hurt. You're starting to get dizzy looking at him.
Her. 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 Uh-uh. Her.
While
Uh.
while they're
I like
doing
how
that,
we let the two that couldn't tell us what the word meant
Mm-hmm.
do it.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
I was gonna offer to try to read it, but after 2 tries in a row, I'm like, maybe I shouldn't offer to do that.
Well, the good
Go
thing
for
is
it.
nothing bad has happened to us as a result
Yeah.
of failure. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
ahead.
that's true. Yeah,
Let it
yeah.
ride.
Yeah.
That's all good. It's
Let's do it.
a happy-go-lucky adventure.
Mhm.
We learn about each other along the way.
I got an 11.
No, it's still a
Okay.
bit. You think you might see maybe something? You're seeing the patterns, but nothing really is able to stand out.
It's a language.
You see some things, a few letters repeat themselves here and there, but nothing that you're able to really,
Okay.
no meaning behind it.
Yeah.
Do you think it's a recipe?
If anyone can figure out if it's a recipe, I think it's you.
Definitely might be. We'll find out.
I rolled a 12, but I have a -1, so
Okay. No, unfortunately, you see there are some patterns, some things that you feel like, okay, you get that this might be something, but you're unable to really put two and two together to really understand
pretty sure
But
it has nothing to do with baking, or I would have been able to figure it out.
I mean, maybe it's like that dirt cake thing that you make with like the gummy worms. Could be.
Yum.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
I haven't had that since elementary school.
That is a good one. Can I, because I probably should be doing this more often, could I do another check for traps in here?
Sure.
Because I feel like this room is like totally primed for traps.
Oh,
It's got
definitely.
it's got an important worm statue.
Mm-hmm.
Something will happen. Um, 6.
No. Seems solid. Seems doors seem relatively easy to open. No issues.
Okay, I'm
Free
gonna go.
roam.
Cool. I'll go
Easy
up to the
mode.
worm statue. I like easy mode.
Mhm.
Story mode.
Story mode, yeah.
Yeah, I like story mode.
Mhm.
What? You know, sometimes I just want. You know, never mind. I don't have to explain myself. I'm gonna go to the worm statue.
Okay. In there you do see the worm. It doesn't move. It is a statue, but on
Okay.
the bottom you do see that there are it's fresh soil, and those smaller earthworms that a few of you have seen in the past. I believe Sprinkles got up close and personal with one. You see them kind of moving around in the dirt.
Ooh. The worms with the big eyeball on them.
These do not have big eyeballs. No.
Oh.
Not yet.
Hmm. Okay.
I don't think I'm gonna do that.
No? Okay.
Gee whiz, there's a lot of doors in here.
There sure are. As you look around, there certainly are quite a few doors here.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Do you want
And
to check out the
IT
one
spells
we
it.
skipped first? I think
Oh.
something to come from behind us.
Yeah, sure. Let's do that. So, like, check
Alright.
out this
You
this
go
one
ahead
over
and go
here.
back. Which one would you like to go check out?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
There's two.
The one to the north.
All right, you go and open that door. No issue there. And from behind it, you see a room which resembles a lab of some kind.
Hmm.
In fact, cabinets with glass doors crowd around smallish work tables covered in tubing and glassware. Every cabinet is filled, overflowing with beakers and jars containing strange reagents. Air blows gently from a round hole covered with a grate near the ceiling.
This reminds me of high school science class.
Seems like there are quite a bit of different kind of ingredients for here. Little investigation, science. You would think that definitely this would be some type of science lab or alchemy lab of some kind.
Okay.
Almost a kitchen.
Or a kitchen.
Huh?
Baking is a science. Cooking's a
It
science.
is.
Cook. Waiter. Could I like look around more closely to see if there's like if anything's like labeled or maybe if
definitely.
any of the or if, like the
You-
counters if there's any like
You
drawers.
open cabinets, and there seems to be many different ingredients, all labeled and organized very well. You're able to read everything. Very interesting names, some things that you've never thought you would hear. A lot of fantasy kind of ingredients that you might be unfamiliar with. But there seems to be quite a bit of ingredients in this room.
You can really use Eye of Newt in a experiment? Like that's a thing?
Uh-huh.
What does it do? Like where I come from, it's like a joke. Of course. How silly of me.
Wait, you
I'm sure
understood
Sprinkles
him?
can translate. No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna hope Sprinkles can translate later.
Oh yeah. I'm sure.
Yeah, totally. But as I'm looking around, like there's no like no recipe book or notes or anything like that.
No recipe books or notes.
Okay.
Any lab
Though
rats?
Hey, let's take a. You know what? Let's go ahead and give a little investigation check there, Eyebally. See if you.
Any bunny rabbits?
You want a intelligence check?
Sure.
I rolled a 3.
Oh no! Just these labels. This. It's so weird in here. It's so confusing. It makes you upset.
Okay.
Why do they keep these
Crying.
things so organized? What's wrong with them? How dare
can't-
they?
Can't find anything in this impeccably organized room. They even alphabetized everything.
All right. What would the group like to do? Would you like to
I
stay
guess
in here better, or are you gonna like to investigate a little further?
I'm curious about this room because it's got a lot of stuff in it, but
Mhm.
I can appreciate science. I don't know enough about science, so I'm gonna be like, you want to go to the door to the south?
Sure.
The Yeda would like to see if he can make heads or tails about anything that's in this room.
Okay.
All right, pink die, I believe in you. Pretty good. What is my intelligence? 13.
13. You're looking at some of the things that might stand out to you would be, you look over a few things, maybe definitely after saying I have a newt, you definitely see one. In fact, you see two there. With a few other things, it seems that you've kind of combed over everything. There definitely are quite a bit of ingredients here. Though as you are looking, it kind of stands out. You're looking and it says there are a few a few ingredients that seem to be missing. They're kind of set to the back, so you see the section that is stocked. There's a few bottles that aren't stocked that are kind of organized in the corner. But other than that, that's kind of what you see. There's no books or anything like that if you're looking for a little bit more information.
And
Yes.
Newt.
Hey, there's another one.
And he's gonna just grab one of the bottles and hand it over.
Okay. Gonna slip it away. Easy
All
for
right.
later. All right. Door to the south.
South. And as you get closer to the south, little flub, there actually seems to be another door right here as well.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, I didn't see it earlier. Now we have more choices.
Mhm.
I'll just open the one directly south.
Sounds good. You move to the door directly south. It opens.
I feel like I should close it right away.
And this is what you see.
Uh,
Graven ruins circumscribe a stone altar cut in the outline of a humanoid at the center of the room. The floors, ceilings, and walls are lined with metal plates.
Anything the Yeda can make out about the runes?
You can give definitely even from that investigation check. It seems that these runes too are written. You see a few characters that were written in the same language as that other room.
Do we know who's buried here?
As you look at, you see that it really doesn't look like a burial chamber or even a coffin. or a crypt. It looks more like it seems to be that of a wooden. Looks like a wooden table, cut out in the shape of a humanoid figure.
I'm gonna like walk up closer, but like stop before the runes. Like I don't want to step through the runes because they're kind of freaking me out.
Okay.
And is there anything like on this human-shaped table?
At the moment, no. Nothing that seems besides it's cut up. Looks kind of comfy. Ergonomically correct. It's nice and comfy. Kind of bends at the right point. You can kind of
Really sink into it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I want to do that.
Does it look like there could be like a compartment or anything like inside? Like, does it look like it has a lid?
Now that you're looking, give me an investigation check as you're looking around.
Okay. Do you want me to do like an intelligence?
Sure. Intelligence.
Ooh, I rolled a 20.
Definitely looks around. There does seem to be smaller ruins around kind of the corners, and it appears that you are supposed to place. It looks like you place some items there. There are bowls around the corners that seem to maybe be integrated into this kind of platform that you're looking at. But no cabinets or anything like that. There's no like you're looking under and there's nothing like a tape. There's nothing like
Okay.
a manual taped underneath the platform or
Yeah,
anything like
I'm
that.
basically looking for like if I was over there, would there be an inlet for me to like maybe get inside this thing? Sounds like not. So
No.
probably like while I'm doing that, I would like to maybe take a peek around the corner over here.
Okay. You're able to go ahead and take a peek, and you see another doorway.
I'll just kind of like look around the corner and look at the group.
I'll go open the door.
All right. Open the door, and revealed is a bedchamber. The air is tinged with smoke. In this cozy semicircular chamber, wide bookshelves, a fur rug, reading chairs, and a comfortable four-poster poster bed are luxuries out of a place in this temple. Desks, drawers are dumped onto the floor. Books are piled at the foot of the half-empty shelves. A waste can is filled with ash and burnt paper.
I'm immediately gonna roll under the rug and see if there's a little trapdoor under there.
You go ahead and do that, and unfortunately, no, there is no trapdoor. But was worth looking. It looks like there's like a little cat as you guys step into it. Looks like there's something moving around the rug. Some type of thing is in there.
Can I have a look at the books?
Definitely. Go ahead and let's see. As you look at the books,
Is there a way that I can help him look as well? Because I'd be interested in the books.
good. Sure. We'll say that you go ahead and look at these books, and as you're turning them around here and there seems to be a book about self-guidance and reassurance. There's a book there about how to build feng shui in tight rooms. There's a book about crafting objects with the natural ingredients of guano. And there seems to be one about rituals. And finally, there seems to be another one about earthworms and the different species of them.
This guy was really into worms.
I pick up and start thumbing through the one about self-guidance and reassurance.
Sure. You go ahead and you take a look. At the beginning, it says, who are you? What do you want to be?
Very helpful person. What am I doing the voice for? A very helpful person would be wonderful.
And then as you skim, it kind of gives some information. You kind of skim, flip through the end, and at the end, it's just in bold letters. None of this matters. You are enough.
I appear to have spoiled the book for myself. Now I feel really upset about it. I feel like this could have been a great build up and hype up to reading this, but now I feel like I'm even sadder now that I wasted this opportunity.
I can't understand any of that.
It just, all I just say is, oh.
Is this what
Pats
you
on the
came here for?
So-
No.
Sprin would just be like kind of rolling around under the bed, in the bed, just looking at all things lookable. That's
Mm-hmm.
what she's up to.
You're definitely seeing, the most of the things seems that you're definitely, as you're going around, you're seeing that hastily somebody seemed to kind of get out of here, because there are pieces that are kind of in place that seem to be neat and organized, but it looked like someone went through here and just was looking for something. Definitely you see those burnt pieces of paper in the wastebasket. And just the books on the floor that catch your eye. Percy, you two were looking at the books. Are you looking at one in particular?
No, I was looking for like cookbooks and stuff.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Practical uses for worms.
Mm-hmm.
I think I will take the worm book, because
Okay.
that
sounds
seems
good.
to be a theme here, and so that might come in handy. Might take that. And then you said that the trash can had ash in it. Was there anything else besides the ash, maybe, or is it all?
You look through it and you see a few pages of it. What it looks like rituals, kind of burnt up. It's written in common, and it just seems to be torn up, burnt up, and thrown in the wastebasket. You think that it might have come from that ritual book that was on the floor.
Fair guess. From the pieces that I can like sift out and kind of lay on the desk, does the ritual that was burned does it look like it matches with the one that's in the other room that we came from?
Give me a intelligence check as you're looking at that.
Okay. I was just oops. I don't have a skill that goes for that. Okay. 13.
Okay. You're looking, and it's very hard to kind of read what it says. Whoever did it, they did a good job of burning it. So you find yourself looking back to the book and you're skimming through it, and it's all these rituals that weren't burnt. There's
Mhm.
rituals with guano, right? There's rituals with this and that. And as you're skimming, there's one that kind of catches your eye for a second. It's
Okay.
the Unification Ritual. And then after that, there's a
Okay.
ritual about what spell to use after bathing and stuff like that. Sleeping on hard wood floors and stone floors.
I'm gonna flip back to the unification because that sounds like it gathered my attention for some reason. Why would it do that?
As you seem to look at that,
Could it be the reunification of eyeballs to a body?
you read that you need some type of altar to reunify the cursed ones with a few ingredients.
Okay.
These ingredients read a chody tongue, an eye of a newt,
Got one
Oh
of
my god.
the fur of an owlbear,
How's that rug look?
Has anyone seen an owlbear here before?
Yeah,
Doesn't
no.
look like an owlbear.
Okay, so a chody tongue, eye of newt, and fur of an owlbear. Was there anything else before I interrupted you?
That's what it says. It's it. It seems that you need to be able to mash these together, put them in the acceptance bowls and penance bowls, and as you do that, you need some type of caster to concentrate on a spell for 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Joy.
Shall we go back to the science room? Maybe we'll find some stuff in there. We found Eye of Newt in there. Maybe we can find some other stuff. Because apparently this rug is not an owlbear rug. No.
Are you sure about that?
Or I think that's what it was said, right? Okay. Sorry, I'm lagging a lot, so I couldn't tell if you nodded and I just couldn't see.
Oh no, I'm not saying anything.
Oh, okay.
I think three of
Eyeballs go
you
up and down.
have seen an owlbear. I'm not sure if the baker or the miller has seen an owlbear. So
Okay. I was just double checking because I'm like pretty sure you said no, but did I miss something? Yeah, I'm gonna head back to the science room, see if I can find those
very
things.
quickly you look and everything is so organized. In fact, it's alphabetically organized. You already have an eye of a newt. Chody tongue, bam, it's right there, a little shriveled up, kind of flappy, kind of smelly, but it's definitely there. And you go and you look at you're looking for the owlbear fur, and you don't see it there. Your eyes drift over to that corner, and in an empty vial, the label reads owlbear fur.
No joy.
No joy. Maybe is there any hair that maybe got dropped and like wasn't cleaned up?
You
Like,
could go ahead and use your finger to try to, but whoever did it, there's nothing. There's no residuals.
dang. Okay.
Then it says it needs a certain amount, and even if you found one hair,
Oh, okay. Need like more than a hair. Okay.
mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we have newt and we have a chody tongue, so I'm going to mark those off. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Where would the party like to go now? As they find that some pieces are in place, you find yourself back at this rubble hallway. Where would you like to go?
Want
The
to go to the
owlbear
worm
hair
room?
store.
Yeah. There's one at the ghost ice.
I think he blew up.
Oh, that's right. Forgot. It blew up.
Wait, you guys killed an owlbear?
You could say
Uh-huh.
that.
Yeah.
Why didn't you grab some of its fur?
The
We
Yedda
didn't
just
have-
points at Jenna.
We didn't have hindsight, and I might have triggered an explosion, and we needed to leave right away. Really fast. It was scary. So yeah, look at all these doors. Wow, so many to choose from.
Maybe there'll be an owlbear behind one of them.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna check this one up here, see if there's an owlbear behind. Maybe listen first. Listen for an owlbear.
Okay, you're gonna listen, and you do hear a bit of kind of commotion, kind of rattling behind this.
Oh.
I'm not gonna have you roll, but yeah, there
Okay.
sounds like there might be something behind those doors, though it's hard to
Oh,
tell.
okay. I'm gonna kind of lay down flat and see. Is there any space to like peek through or no?
There is.
Oh. Sprinkles, do you want to help me take a look?
Can I
If I
squeeze
can-
through?
You sure can.
Ho ho ho.
I'm gonna go ahead and send you something.
Oh no, I hate it when this happens. You just send us in Discord.
Yeah, I'll send it in Discord real quick. Here you are. As you're in there, please give me an intelligence check as you're in there.
I rolled a 3.
Okay. Yep. Sounds like there are quite a few things in there.
So, is it I'm able to see any of these things? They're in cages?
It sure is. It's able to see a number of things.
Okay. Eyes are gonna come back out to the other side and just be like very animated, like very excited, like kind of driving around the pillars and I don't
What is
know.
this, Sprinkles? What did you see? I'm gonna hold out the ingredients because that's what we're looking for. So I'm gonna hold out the ingredients that we have. Oh. 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 Also, ooh, that's an owlbear. Okay. I'm gonna put the ingredients away. Is it okay to open the door? Should we open the door?
You seem pretty excited about it. Open the door.
Okay. I go to open the door.
You open the door. And what you see is
Ooh.
what appears to be a kennel. You open the door and you hear growls and hisses and shrieks as they erupt as soon as the door opens. Iron cages line the walls, filled with wild assortments of beasts from different and far-flung regions. As you move closer, a spiny hound leaps to the ground in front of you. This one has an enormous eye with stone gray irises on its flanks. The vile beast trots towards you. sideways on 3 pairs of legs, all while hissing and towing its head from side to side. Let's go ahead and roll initiative as I give
Oh.
you.
That one is not in a cage.
No.
Oh.
And as you can see, it's pretty much perpendicular to you as it
Yeah.
moves towards you,
Mhm.
and one large eye on its side kind of
Oh,
walking towards you. I'll go
okay.
ahead and send you a reference image.
When you described it the first time, like, I understood what it was doing, but then hearing it again, like, really made me understand what it was doing, and it's all the more creepy.
Here it is.
A cacophony of hisses.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I gotta scroll up. Oh my.
that is not what I was thinking.
That's not what I was thinking either.
Oh,
Oh my
Oh
god.
man. Let's go ahead and roll initiative.
man.
Why does it keep being still 3? Ugh.
Well, let's go ahead and find out what you guys got. We're going to start first with Sprinkles. Sprinkles, what did you get?
I got 3.
3. All right. As you looked before their Sprinkles, I can give you a bit more of information now. You were there for a second, a moment in time, and you did see a number of creatures. What is going on? You did see a number of creatures that did appear to you. Give me 1 second. There we go. From what you saw in those cages, I will give you a list. Let's see. You saw. Da-ba-da-ba-da. 2 giant ants, and everyone else sees this now. 1 gargoyle. 1 4-armed ape man.
Oh, that's the one.
2 dire wolves. 1 giant rat.
Mm.
And 1 owlbear. And they're all just shaking and hissing, and it's just crazy in there as this vile hound begins to approach you all. Now you had a 3. Okay. Yeda.
That would be a 9.
Yeda with a heavy hitter. Yeda has a 9. Pillsbury.
8.
8. Jenna.
18.
Wow.
I know.
All right, and finally, let me get this guy an initiative. Okay. Team. Okay. All right. First up, Jenna. You see this
Okay.
creature turn the corner and
I do.
leap towards the party.
I do. I'm gonna hide.
Oh, okay, great.
I'm gonna hide.
Do you just jump? Do you step in? Is it like one of those moments where you step in the door and you're like, nope,
Yeah.
and you just walk back out? Is that what you do?
Yeah. I open the door. I'm like, oh, owlbear. Okay.
All right, guys, you can roll for that.
Okay. All right. So that would. Oh, thank God. It wasn't gonna be good, and then it moved. 17
All right.
to hide in
did not see
shadows.
him.
Awesome.
Next up is its turn. It is going to go up to the three of you that are left and is going to go for Yeda. It goes and leaps towards you. And goes
Oh.
for a bite.
I should have said something before I hid.
Uh-huh.
Yeda.
Uh-huh.
It's nasty.
Uh-huh.
Its eyes are squinting. They're not open all the way as it
Uh-huh.
goes for this bite. Yeda.
Uh-huh.
Does a 17 hit?
Uh-huh.
Yeda. You take
Uh-huh.
6 points of damage. Yeda, your turn.
I want to punch him in his dumb, stupid face. Just
Okay.
poof. Just give it a good old whack. Does a 10.
Does not hit.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Is that it? Pillsbury.
I am going to swing at it with my great axe.
All right.
So I rolled a 19 and a 3. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay.
A 19
Definitely hits.
A warrior is a crit, I believe.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So what do I roll?
And it's a mighty deed.
And it's mighty deed.
So we're gonna give you a crit table.
What
What's your
crit?
die?
Table 3.
3. All right.
Crit die is 1d12. Rolled a 12.
12.
That has to be good.
Blow to the cranium staggers foe. The foe must make a fortitude save. DC 11 or sink to the floor unconscious.
Ooh, fortitude save. You got it. And that was a fortitude save of what?
It's 10 plus the PC's level, so all in 11.
Okay. 6. As you hit it, it goes and just one thud. It just goes and falls unconscious on the floor. Give me some of that damage as well.
So d10. 4 plus the 3, so 7.
Okay. As you do as if it does for a second, it begins to shake, and then it just falls on the floor, dead. You feel like you whacked it into another dimension, or I don't know. I was gonna say something funny or great, but no, he's dead. As you do, the giant eyeballs both begin to pop up, begin to try to scurry for the door.
Our door?
The door behind you, or the door where you're hiding.
Oh,
Can we try and
close the
squish
door?
them?
Try to what?
Squish them?
Sure. I guess we'll go and continue on the. It is Sprinkle's turn. You see these giant eyeballs rolling towards you. They're like bowling balls compared to your little super ball.
I'm gonna circumvent
Jawbreaker.
them. I don't
Mhm.
want to. I'm looking at that big 4-armed ape, and I'm thinking I could be a much better sister to Yeda if I was a 4-armed ape.
Uh-huh.
So I would like to try to possess it.
Okay. Now, as you're thinking about it, you remember that it has to be. There's a few conditions you need to have it do. It has to be paralyzed. It has to be unconscious. Paralyzed and unconscious, or restrained.
Okay. I'm just gonna go and look at it and like give it like kind of the drowsy eyes, like
Mm-hmm. And as you're looking at it,
suggestion.
you don't see any eyeballs around.
That's good.
It seems that these creatures in this room, besides this vile hound, seem to be untainted with the eyeballs.
I will just wait here patiently.
Okay, sounds good. I guess we will get back to Jenna. At this point, these giant eyeballs are rolling through the door. They're coming around the corner. You're hidden.
Yep. I'm a slide out and stab at him, thinking that they're still attached to a hound. So I'm going to stab at him.
Okay.
I have my dice here. Okay. So 2 hit. Oh, okay. And that's right, I'm doing backstab. So that would be, or can I do back? Yeah, I could do backstab.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a 14 to hit.
14 hits. Sweet.
So I'm sorry, Alex, remind me for the backstab. It's normal. How does it work?
It's a crit.
A crit. So do I roll? Is it full damage and then rolled, or do I roll on the? Like, I know I roll on the crit table, but I'm blanking out on what I do.
So you'd make your attack roll.
Okay.
And if Isaac is saying yes, you have the conditions there to make it a backstab, you could add the backstab skill to the attack.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
And then if you hit, it would be a crit.
You hit.
Gotcha. Okay, so I hit, and it's 3 points of damage from the die by itself, and from the backstab thing. That means like the bonus I get from doing backstab goes on the damage.
Not on damage, but on the attack roll.
Okay. Oh, okay. Got it. So yeah, then 3 points of damage.
All right, sounds good. And you crit. Either way, you go to stab at it, and it just, you stab it, you fillet it, you bring it up. It's a bit heavy, and it's stuck on your weapon. And as you do, it just explodes and disappears.
Disappears. So no goo, no eye gunk.
No
oh,
eye
thank
gunk.
God. Okay.
The other one seems to still be around, though.
Oh. That was my turn. So unless I can hide again, or close the doors. Can I close the doors to trap him?
You could. I'm going to say that you're going to be able to move. Are you all looking to continue pursue this giant eyeball, trying to get away?
I feel like we shouldn't let it go.
Okay, that sounds good. All right,
Okay.
you guys. I'm going to say that you are able to attack it. You're able to move to kind of get in front of it, but I'm not going to say that you're going to be able to close the door or anything.
Yeah.
Like that.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Cool.
All right. I'm gonna say that on this next round, or I know we started one, but on this round, I'm gonna go ahead and just ask everyone to give me an intelligence check because this doesn't look like a normal set of eyes.
15.
Okay.
4.
11.
10.
All right. I get to send
This is not
Alex
going to be helpful to any of you.
Either way, I mean, that's great. Give me 1 second. All right, here you go, Alex. Sending you. You recognize what these eyes are. Coming up next is, let me see. Coming up next would be its turn. It's gonna look back, and Jenna, you happen to be. Hey, thanks for the cheers, Casey. Appreciate it. Wow, you got all of them. That's pretty fancy. You look back, and it's staring at you. I'm gonna need a fortitude save.
Oh, no. Okay.
It's a good thing we got some luck to
Yeah.
you.
Oh, yeah. I should ask. For the fleeting luck, is that something that you have to, like, claim before you roll
You can
or
use it
after
No,
after.
you roll?
you use it when you need it.
Okay. That's an important thing. Okay, fortitude. I have a +1. These dice have treated me well. I got them at Gamehole Con. They've been doing okay. That is
Mm-hmm.
an 8.
Okay. All right. You happy with that?
Not really.
I'm gonna let you look at Alex. He's not able to really say much, but those are the eyes that you see.
I'm not good at charades, but even I can tell that's not good. Okay, so I would like to use the fleeting luck,
Mm-hmm.
which would bring that to a
Up
9.
to a 9. Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that is still not enough.
As a thief, don't you have like special luck rules?
I do, but I'm
That's
trying to
true.
think, like, how much do I burn? Like, what would be a good...
Don't thieves get them all back eventually?
Eventually, yeah. But I'm just thinking, like, I still have to, like, guess to burn the correct amount. So I'm
Just
thinking, like...
a reminder, maybe you want to look at Alex's face or eyes one more time just to give you maybe a chance if you really want to make this save or not.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think, like, what's a good number? Okay, so Sen, I have 8, 9, so I'm at 9.
Don't you also
3.
roll special die for your luck too?
Yeah, each one would
Do
be
I?
what, a D3? Yeah, you roll a D3 for each point
Oh.
of luck that you burn.
Okay. Forgot about that.
I think it's kind of up to Ike how that works, though. Like, do you have to say how many points you're burning and then roll, or can you do it like one at a time?
I'm gonna say you're able to roll. I'm gonna say you're able to roll, and then we'll go from there. It sounds like you have a number in mind. Go ahead and roll one, burn it, and
Okay.
let's see what you get.
Sounds good. All right, I'm gonna
And we'll see if you feel comfy or not.
Okay. Okay, so that brings it to a 10. Gonna go for
Okay.
another.
Would you like
Go
to
for another
use
one.
another one?
Yes. Yeah. I didn't even look at his face, and I was like, yes. Oh, it's a D3, so I have to roll again because it landed on a 4. Unless, no, I'm just kidding. Okay. So, sorry. So I'm at a 12.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to burn another one?
I'm gonna say yeah just to be safe.
Okay.
Because in my mind, I was gonna burn probably 3 anyway, and if I can get
Mhm.
anything extra from this, then cool.
That's fair.
Okay. I got 3 for that one. So
Nice.
7, 8, 9, 10, and then I think I was 11,
Mhm.
12, 13, 14. So that would be 14 for fortitude.
Don't forget the footing luck you did too.
Mm-hmm.
I counted that.
Let's see.
Cool.
All right. A beam casts itself upon you.
Uh-huh.
And for a second, you feel your joints begin to tighten up. Your fingertips begin to turn almost numb as. No, it can't be. They slowly begin to turn to stone. It gets to about your knuckles, but you resist it and it goes away.
Oh my god!
Beam.
Mirror shield! Mirror shield! Mirror shield!
Mirror shield.
Mirror shield!
That's its
Yeah.
turn. Coming up
Okay.
next. Yeda.
Squish bug. Bonk. He's gonna hit it eventually. He's gonna hit something. Something. He'll hit
Yep,
something.
so you go out, you go to it.
He's
You
gonna
see it
just.
just staring
Yep. He's gonna.
at Jenna.
He's gonna. He's 11.
11 doesn't hit.
That's it.
Okay. Coming up next. Pillsbury.
12.
Yeah, that sounds like you're trying to hit him.
Yes.
Okay. Definitely does not hit, unfortunately.
That's all I got.
Okay. Sprinkles?
I just close my eyes and wait.
Okay. Jenna, do you stick around? You going for it?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to stab it.
Okay.
I'm hoping I don't regret that decision. Okay, here we go. 2. I regret it immediately.
It's its turn. It decides. Yeah, it's closing its eyes as it's trying to get away. It's trying to get out. It's leaving. Do you continue to try to pursue it? All.
Say that again.
Do you continue to all try to pursue it? It's closed its eyes and it's beginning to try to get out of here. Do you continue to try to pursue it? Everyone?
No.
No.
Okay. It escapes. But you're all here and that's good. Congratulations, you've found a kennel with different types of beasts. They're all caged, though not restrained. What would the group like to do?
Yedo would like to try to heal himself again.
Of course.
Of course. What could possibly go wrong? Nothing could ever go. Nah, it's a 4. We're now up to 7 in disapproval. I hate cleric. I should have just been a wizard. Oh no. Oh, that's even worse. Oh no. Oh no. 11.
My heart cracks every time I hear you go, "Oh no," after you do a cleric thing.
That was 2 2s and 2 4s.
2 2s and 2 4s?
Oh,
The math right.
what did you have for deity disapproval?
We're now up to 7. The total number I rolled was 11, I believe I said.
11. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
The cleric is ordered by his deity to meditate on his faith and come to a better understanding of what he has done to earn disapproval. The cleric incurs an immediate and permanent -2 penalty to all spell checks. The only way to lift this penalty is for the cleric to meditate. For every full day of meditation, the cleric can make a DC 15 will save. Success means the spell check penalties are removed.
-1 now for spell check. Oh no! I'm the cleric. -1.
I wonder if we can call Cephalosk's trumpet friend to do like a little sad like trumpet song.
I just wanted to heal myself.
The god comes down, "Don't be greedy," and then like
Be joyful.
There is no joy in this. There's nothing but pain and suffering on this road. I cannot possibly expect me to continue this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Chat saying that it's your fault that you being a bad cleric and that you should do a better job. You should do a better job at pleasing your god. Maybe then he might kind of throw you a bone.
He's just gonna look towards the rest of the two, just with a very sad look on his face. He's gonna hold up his fist and say, "Taser," and he's just gonna point at the owl bear as he's just like holding back sobs.
The
I
owlbear's kind of looking at you as you point out to it, and it's just kind of moving back and forth in its cage, kind of pacing back and forth a bit.
Taser, huh? Huh.
Joy.
Yeah.
I cast paralysis.
Yeah, you do. Come on. Here we go.
I put a hand on your back to try and give you some confidence.
I fell on the floor. Where'd it go? That dice is gone now. I have no idea where it went. I'll find it later.
Probably
Roll
good.
it.
It's a good thing.
Natural 20
Nice.
for a
Is that-
total of 19.
Okay. Do you have your paralysis?
I do. 1 second.
Okay.
What was it, 22?
No, I don't
20.
have 22.
19.
How dare you think I'm so good? The charge remains for 1d4 plus correct level rounds. Any attack by the cleric during this period delivers a normal damage plus paralysis if the target fails a will save. Paralyzed creature is unable to move or take any actions for 1d6 plus cleric level rounds.
Okay. So we're not going to go into initiative. You would, if you do get close, it will kind of come up up after you, and you would maybe be able to try to somehow hit it. I'm going to say it wouldn't be too difficult to hit. Are you attempting to hit this owlbear in the cage?
I mean, I have a taser fist, and we need some fur.
Okay. I'm going to say that you are able to hit it, but it does have a will save.
Uh-huh.
Do you have a number? Or
Nope.
Typically, it would be like that number that he rolled.
okay, so a
The spell
19.
check.
Okay, sounds good.
If it does.
Will save. Oh. Well, it you hit it square in the nose, but it just shakes it off. I got a nat 20.
Oh my god.
You are the worst. Do you know how hard in this
How
shit?
many? You had a D4. How many D4s do you get?
I didn't even roll it.
Okay.
I get 5 rounds.
Okay,
Shoot in
good.
the face.
Oh, you get it. You try it again. You can try it again, and I'll roll the. Okay, this one no. So after that first time, you do it again, and it just goes on the floor, and it's just you could it's breathing, but it's kind of not moving
I'll
around.
be paralyzed for 7 rounds.
Okay.
I slide over with my dagger and
Mhm.
I go to cut off some fur and I go, "Thank you, Yeda." I get a couple of handfuls going because that took a lot. Like it just I'm shaving this owlbear. Like,
Eyeballs are gonna go and like bump into your little Yeti paw, and then look
Mhm.
at the 4-armed ape thing.
I'm gonna try and taser the monkey.
All right, you're gonna be able to hit it, no problem. We're gonna go ahead and roll a save. It does not pass. That too, it just falls. One arm is still holding onto the bar as it falls. It just sits there, kind
oh.
of hanging, just kind of staring at you with like hate as you just hit it. And rage
Matter-
as it's just staring
If it
at you.
matters, it's paralyzed for 2 rounds.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to take control.
All right. Opposing will checks. Here we go. I'll roll first.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Rolled an 18.
7. You go and you slowly. Where would you like to position these eyeballs?
I guess like one like right on one of the fists and like one on like the other top of the fist.
Okay, so it's a bit kind of confusing. The perspective is a bit weird, but you slowly find yourself controlling this creature, and after a few rounds, the owlbear is still down, but you're able to stand up and move, and this giant 4-armed ape just appears to look. And what does it do, Alex? As it looks to the rest.
Whoa.
Nicholas, you can finally understand me. Oh, it's been so long. Oh no. It does not work both ways, though. This is truly unfortunate. Uh-huh. So this is what it's truly like. I have gained a new perspective on this circumstance.
Am I able to like open the cage? Is it metal bars?
The group, you could go ahead and give me a strength. You give me a strength check.
I'll be looking
So-
for keys.
What am I using for? You said there's maybe something in the back of the book here.
Yeah, you could go ahead and find yourself a stat block. And I think at this time, it might be a good time for us to take a quick break, refill drinks, bio break, stretch a bit. Be about 5-10 minutes. Those of you that are with us, thank you very much for sticking around. We're playing some DCC, having a good time, and hopefully Alex might be able to kind of make noises now, that would probably be exciting for him.
Uh-huh.
The group has found the 3 ingredients necessary to maybe be able to have this unification spell. But Alex has found that he has control of this new body. What will he choose to do? What will Sprinkles choose to do? Join us as we return in a moment.
This is one of the weirdest damn
Bye-bye.
adventures I may have ever seen. Yeah. It's only probably going to get weirder, so stick around.
It's interesting. It's interesting.
I found.
And we're back.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us. We just came back from a short break on a bit of a cliffhanger. It's really interesting. With it all rides on Sprinkles. Sprinkles just came in contact and attuned with a four-armed ape man. Sprinkles.
Uh-huh.
That's great. Okay. Group is here. Sprinkle seems to be controlling this creature. As you see, her eyes are attached to the back of its hands. What would the group like to do? Where are you thinking of going now?
That's a good question. Should we check out the doors to the west? Or
Uh-huh.
do you want to go?
In this room, yeah. Let's go through
Okay. You
Okay.
go to the doors to the west. They seem to open no problem. Then we move this way. What appears is a tapestry room.
Ooh.
What you see, the chambers of this curved wall abruptly meets a flat western wall. An enormous tapestry hangs from a brass rail, depicting a strange scene. It looks like a cross section of an underground world. At the very top, there is grass, green and light. Many large eyes at the bottom of the tapestry look up. A lattice pattern of large earthworms begin near the eyes. The worms gradually become smaller as they approach the ground level. A lonely wheelbarrow rests on its side in the southern corner of the room. Though they drew it in the north. Either way, there's a wheelbarrow in the room.
Sprint will go
Okay.
and move the wheelbarrow, see if it's concealing anything.
You go to move the wheelbarrow. It has a broken wheel, but there is a bit of treasure that lies on the floor nearby. On the ground next to it is one gold piece and one cat's eye agate worth 9 silver pieces.
Sprin takes this, picks it up, like the coin in one of her forearms, the other in the other another one of the arms, and then lumbers over to Jenna. And I don't know if you've got a backpack or something, but she's just gonna like assume that you're going to carry all of her stuff from here on out. So she just like opens up your
pretty
bag
much.
and like puts stuff in there and then closes it.
I allow this. No problem.
Uh-huh.
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 Ah.
Ah.
Uh-uh. Uh-uh.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Uh-uh.
Okay, after a bit of time of you, I'm looking at the yeah. I mean, I don't mean to interrupt. This might be some very big character building going on right now.
Sorry.
But I'm gonna go ahead and move us along. Where would the group like to go after a bit of conversation between you all?
I'm curious about the tapestry. As an artiste, I like to like check out this kind of stuff and like take in the details, see if I can like spot anything.
Okay, well, you have definitely seen a few earthworm in the flesh, living earthworms, though they're quite small. Once again, just details about it, just looking at it. You do see
I have the book too.
Uh-huh. Oh, right, definitely. So there seem to be like those eyeballs on the ground, and they're pretty large earthworms. Though they seem to shrink as they get closer to the surface. And up on top is all nice. Green, blue skies. But underneath that it's the cross section that seems to get kind of dark with these on the bottom. There's just eyeballs all looking up.
Oh well, that's unsettling. I'm gonna peek behind the tapestry.
You peek behind the tapestry and you find 2 double doors.
Oh, guys, doors. I'm gonna put it. What the hey? I'm gonna open them.
Yay! You open them.
Caution to the wind. I'm gonna open them.
Yeah, caution to the wind. And you find kind of hallway that seems to eventually lead to a stairwell that goes down.
Okay. If this tapestry is anything to take from this, yeah, I feel like we're gonna see like bigger worms down below with eyeballs, and that terrifies me, but kind of curious. Yeah, beat up those earthworms.
Yeah, it's fine. We got the.
I hear they have 5 hearts. I wonder if that's true. I'm gonna pull out the book and like kind of flip through it.
Is it true?
I don't know.
Sure.
It's like,
yep, they have 5 hearts.
It's like one of those things you hear as a kid and it sticks with you, but I don't know if it's
the
true.
larger they get, the more hearts they grow. At least that's what the book says.
Okay. All right, yeah, I guess we'll start heading down. Sorry, I was totally Googling if they do have 5 hearts.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow. See? Thanks everybody for watching. You get to learn a little bit about earthworms.
Yeah.
Once we're done here, you get to go with your family, loved ones, friends. Maybe meeting someone at the bar, you get to talk to them, say, hey Chad, remember? I got a cool tip for you about earthworms.
Yeah. According to Life of an Earthworm from Journey North, they have 5 hearts.
Uh-huh.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome, internet.
I made the
All
wrong
right, going down
choice.
I will follow Sprinkles down the stairs.
Whee!
All right, headed down. And that means we're going to another map. That's right,
Yeah.
educational time with Jenna.
5 hearts. Can you believe it?
Well,
apparently they don't have kidneys either. So that's a fun fact. Sorry. All right, I'm closing out of this.
Well, what you do find is the stairs curve for a bit and lead to a large natural rock cavern. Flaming braziers flask the bottom landing, casting light over half the room. Sickeningly sweet smoke wisps from the brass censer, barely covering a rank, musky odor. Cave slopes downward into the inky blackness.
The sickeningly sweet scent, is that the same from the first room?
Mm,
The room with all the candles?
seems kind of familiar, yeah.
Okay. And it's getting dark. We still have our torch, yeah? Maybe?
You sure do.
Or-
You
or-
should.
Okay. Or do we need to slather it in guano?
Oh. How big are these braziers? Can I just like pick one up and start carrying it around? Because
What's your strength? At least modifier?
I don't have a strength score, but I have +6 to melee attacks,
Okay.
or my slam is a +8. Probably pretty strong.
All right, we'll do a strength check then, because we don't really have that much of a. We'll try it out. We'll see.
Okay, well I rolled a 16. I don't know what you want me to add, but
If there's no modification, then we'll just say that 16. I say that's you rip it off and you're able to kind of hold it, and it's a bit heavy, but you're able to, if you want, kind of pull it along. Light.
Uh-huh.
see.
Spanish. What the? No Spanish.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Fuego.
I'll drag it like over here
Okay.
and just look at the rest of the group.
You move
That's
further,
me.
and the darkness kind of subsides to that light, and there seems to be a passage that heads down that way.
Dragging my brazier.
Following the ape. He seems to know where he's going.
All right, we are headed down. We head down a bit, and you find yourself to a bit of a dead end.
Is this like a cavernous kind of?
Yeah, it seems to be burrow. It seems to be almost like a burrow kind of circular motion, ribbed along on the inside as you move down. This cavern is no longer like chiseled or kind of smooth stone. This definitely looks a bit more maybe not natural formed rocks, but definitely looks like they seem to be holes in like solid rock and dirt.
Big wormhole.
It's a pun.
But why would it just stop?
Ah.
I mean, maybe it's a secret door because they had one upstairs. Why not one in a cave? I'm gonna feel around.
Okay. Give me an intelligence check.
11.
11. You go to look, and it seems that In fact, it as you get close, it doesn't appear to actually be a door at all. In fact, it does. There is a tight kind of stop to it, and then what appears is that underneath, in maybe about a 2-foot gap, there appears to be uh, like a crawl space underneath this section here.
Oh. I will share that with the party. And I'm gonna kinda get low and maybe like gesture for like whoever has the torch to kinda like bring it lower. So I can kinda see if I can see underneath it.
As you see underneath, it is a bit dark ahead, though you do see that it does go maybe about 10, 15 feet before you think it might open back up.
Okay. There is this crawl space, but it's not necessarily a door, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm gonna get on my belly and start inching forward like a little earthworm to see if I can get through that little spot.
All right, you're able to do so. You are able to move forward, little tight. You're a pretty big creature, but you are able to get to the other side. And what you see is a bit of a crossroads. Does the rest of the group follow?
I'll inch along.
Okay.
I feel more confident with a giant 4-armed ape moving ahead of me.
And I'll gesture for the torch probably. I got 4 arms. I could probably spare one to hold our torch. Not going to be able to bring my brazier forward, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, you could if you want to try.
So I'll be
All right.
holding the torch. Unless
All right, sounds good.
someone really wants
As
to.
the rest of the group kind of slides underneath, the passage widens to a well-traveled intersection. Small footprints lead in all directions. Muted thumping sounds emanate from the ceiling. A glassy yellow eye opens from the center of a mushroom cap, staring down at you. Hey, Abinosaurus Jones, thank you very much for the bits. Appreciate it. Good to see you.
Thank you, Christian.
The yellow eyes in the center of the room.
It appears to be a giant mushroom cap that is growing from the ceiling, and as you all move into the room, it opens wide and just looks at you. Oh, and thank you very much for the subs, Albinosaurus Jones. Wow, 5 gift subs. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We'll let that go off for a bit as we continue along.
I was going to point up at the mushroom.
Oh.
How high is the ceiling?
Ceilings about, we're going to say we're going to say it's about maybe 15, 20 feet up. We'll say 20 foot up.
Want to point at Yeda?
Assuming he has an idea what he thinks, I think he wants him to boost him up to the good old mushroom by giving him good old. Yep.
Okay. As it sounds like you're doing that, you begin to move further into the room, and you see smaller mushroom caps kind of growing throughout this room. And as the whole party kind of is there, you begin to move what sounds like you're going to go and climb up to the top. The other mushrooms, smaller eyes begin to open and just stare at you. 1, 2, 3. And before you know it, there's about 40 of these little mushrooms that are around, all with an eye looking at the group, kind of staring.
I don't know much about mushrooms, but I'm pretty sure they don't not supposed to have eyes.
Talk.
What?
Hawk?
Uh-huh.
Hawk, like caw?
And they was just pointing at the mushrooms.
I'm
You
more-
want us to talk to
I'm
a
more
plant.
confused. Sorry, say that again, Percy.
You want us to talk to the plants?
We mean you no harm,
Well,
fungi.
They just look at you. They'll blink a moment. Just continue looking.
Oh,
mm-hmm.
blink once.
Don't worry
Okay,
about it.
blink
It is
once
sterling
for
conversation.
yes.
Thank you.
Blink once for yes, 2 for no. Can you understand us?
They stare a bit. The one you're kind of looking at does nothing, but another one out of the corner blinks and just continues kind of following you as you're moving around.
Okay, so maybe they do understand us. Let's switch it up. Blink twice for yes, blink once for no. Do you understand us?
You're looking. They're all just staring at you. Another one, maybe the giant one up top, blinks once. Just stares. Continues
Okay, so
looking at you.
maybe not. Fight him.
As you do that, there's one that's kind of nearby you. And it just stares at you. It's kind of eye level at you, kind of like you're kind of maybe getting a flashback, and it's just looking at you. It's giving you the stink eye as you're doing that, kind of like.
April Fool.
Okay. I'm just gonna look around. I'm not gonna step where a mushroom is. Like I want to avoid them as much as possible, but just kind of scope out the room.
Okay. As you do see that there just seems to be a bit more mushrooms. You do see entrances that lead further down. Pretty much all directions you are finding entrances. Though
okay.
there does seem to be, here we are here, seems to be an area, and you can just see that at the corner of your eye, it looks like a staircase right about here.
Okay.
Going down?
Going up.
Oh. Do you want to go to the staircase?
I feel I don't want to be in the room with all these eyes.
Yeah, me neither.
Let's go to the stairs.
Another
Cool,
one
let's go.
just, it almost looks like as you say that, it catches your eye, Pillsbury, and it just winks at you.
Oh, that one's flirty. I'm gonna walk towards that staircase.
Awkward.
Awkward.
Unrequited. Oh.
Moving up.
Yeah, stairs, huh?
Sure.
Stairs.
You begin to move up and you find yourself Stairway goes up about 15, 20 feet, and you find a door at the end of it.
Okay. Caution to the wind, open it?
Sure.
All right, let's do it. Open the door.
Boink. As you do so, this is a very different form. Once again, you open it, but as you do, any of you that are tall you are all, well, we have a giant ape. Percy, you're a human. I'm sorry, Pillsbury is a human.
Yeah.
Yedal, you're a Yedos, and Jenna, you're a Jenna. So you are all normal size. This seems to be a bit cramped, about 4 feet. So all of you have to kind of duck to get in here. But what you see here, just very quickly, it seems almost alien. This architecture. The corners are rounded here. The walls are coated in a whitewash. A strange growing crystals are mounted on every surface. The ceilings are low, like I've said. So it's a bit tight as you open this door.
Okay.
Crystals look valuable.
They are shiny and they're glowing. So maybe some type of light, but they might be valuable.
Can I chip a piece off?
Sure. You go to chip it, and for a second you might think that you're expecting maybe something, but no, you're able to just hook it off and you have this glowing kind of crystal in your hand.
Could be handy.
Wonder how long it'll last. I'll put it in my backpack.
I'll grab one too. Throw it in the backpack.
Okay,
If
cool.
if it lasts a while, it's a good little light source.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just keep it in my hand. I've got the 4 arms. One's got a torch, one's got a glowing crystal.
Uh-huh.
Does it give like illumination?
It
Like
gives it a little, like I'm gonna say a little bit more than like a kind of glow in the dark kind of thing. Maybe like one of those what are they called? The little like necklaces, the little glow necklaces.
like a glow
Glow
stick
stick,
kind of
glow
thing.
stick.
The glow stick, like kind of like a iridescent light.
Okay, so it's not super useful for
Mm-hmm. But I mean, there's enough where it is you could see.
in
But I mean,
proximity to everything else.
I mean, in complete darkness, you think that this probably would be helpful.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to the door onto the right side, and I'm going to open that up.
The door on the right side here.
Yeah, so if we're here, I want to check out this one here.
All right, you go ahead and move to that section. Give me 1 second to take a look. Doo.
Dooba 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 doo.
Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo.
Dooba 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 dooba.
Let me go ahead and adjust all my boxes so that we could get the best view. Whoop! There we are. You go into it and you see ladders that are ascending up. Shelves of identical jars that you, Sprinkles, had seen above circle the entire room that continues spiraling through a hole in the ceiling. The jars contain small white blobs suspended in liquid. And here's a little reference image of what those little blobs look like. Right up there, just suspended in the little jars.
Yeah, it's a little fetus.
Several ladders near the center of the room extend through the hole, secured to a landing high above. Pulsing crystal shards embedded in the walls radiate this light. And they give off a little bit of heat now that you've kind of had them a bit. They're kind of radiating a small amount of heat.
These
Okay.
jars have something that looks sort of like a little eyeball amoeba creature.
Kind of amoeba. Every once in a while you're looking and you might see a little kind of flick here and there. Kind of a little, kind of sea monkey-ish. A little bit, kind of bigger though, you know?
Does it look like the beginning of the things we fought upstairs? Those weird little eyeball dudes?
Oh, you could give me an intelligence check as you're looking.
Scared to roll, because if I roll high, I won't feel like the next roll won't roll high.
Oh, it will.
Spells.
Well, you're on the good side of things.
12.
Definitely, you're seeing a correlation between the two. You're thinking maybe that there is a bit of a connection, though you're really unsure how it could be. They look, I don't know. They got big heads, kind of. These things kind of definitely have weird big heads.
Arr. Arr. Arr.
I'm gonna go over to. I'm gonna go over to Jenna and open up the bag, and I'm gonna look for those books.
Okay.
Picked up 2 books, right?
I picked up a worm book. I don't know about another one.
Did someone pick up the ritual book or no?
Oh, yeah, we did. Okay, sorry, no.
Probably that one.
I've been using the worm book a lot more recently.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that worm book's gonna help me.
What?
I don't know. Maybe this is kind of a worm, I guess. But I'm gonna look at the. I want to look at the ritual book and see if there's anything, any ritual, any footnote, anything that references this creature.
All right. You kind of scroll through it, and you're seeing more of you're seeing definitely more of kind of dark, kind of magic, kind of more on the arcane spell side. Nothing so much like biological like this. You're not seeing any kind of thing that would give you any reference to this.
So, Sprin thinks this is probably evil and that these aren't like life forms that could be redeemed, or like they don't seem like they're cursed in the same way that I was cursed. This looks like something that's homegrown or something. So she's just gonna go. These jars, are they like? Could I lift one up? Are they that size?
Yeah, you got a jar. Yeah, they're about a
one
good
up.
size jar, and there's tons, hundreds, thousands. Like you look up in the ladders, and it's lined. There's shelf after shelf after shelf of these jars.
So I go and I reach and I pick one up and I look
Mhm.
over at Yada. And I make like a gesture like I'm gonna smash, but I'm looking for like approval or huh? Evil?
Evil?
We've gathered so far today. They possibly could be evil. It's just, I mean, we've killed the only few we've seen. Maybe they're good, but in a place like this, there's nothing probably ever good.
Raj?
Go with your heart.
Smash.
Splatters on the floor. The little thing is just flapping like a fish almost, and eventually you just see kind of like it trying to breathe, trying to live, and it just falls flat on the floor.
I feel bad.
I know. I'm gonna climb up and just start like wrecking the place. Just like
All right. You are able to do that. You go and you start just smashing here and there. As you do so, things begin to happen. It's a bit loud.
Uh-huh.
What else is everyone else doing as this smashing is going on?
I feel like I'd just be kind of watching like I understand the logic, but seeing these things kind of flop and wiggle and gasp makes me uncomfortable. So I might like walk towards these stairs over here and like check out kind of what's over here.
Okay.
These stairs going down.
All right. You begin to, as there's crashing going on behind, you do go ahead and move forward.
Mhm.
And what you see is
Mhm.
this.
Oh, what this?
What is it?
What
Well, let me tell
this?
you. The light crystals in this room grow as bright as the sun, so it's quite bright in here. The intensity of the light reflecting off the whitewashed walls makes it nearly impossible to see, creating an impression of a room that has no walls at all around you. It seems like you're standing in an endless void of bright light. Um, Three pools of milky purplish fluid stand evenly spaced on the floor. 4-foot high glass pyramids dancing with multicolored light are placed at the corners of each pool.
I want to check out the pools, but again, that Legend of Zelda knowledge is like playing in my head, and I'm thinking about like the water temple. And I don't know if I want to get close to these pools, so I'm just gonna kind of be like at the staircase and be like, "Hey, there's oh no, okay, I'm not muted. Okay, I'm gonna be like, there's like pools of like you said purple liquid.
Mm-hmm. Purplish liquid.
I'm gonna I'm just gonna point out that there's something over here. I don't know if there's anything inside, but it's there. It exists.
All right. How about Pillsbury? What are you doing?
I'll go down and check out the liquid.
Okay. What are you doing exactly?
I will touch it with the sword.
All right. Sounds good. I guess at that point, I won't ask for any more information for that. Yedda, what were you doing during that time?
I guess encouraging Spring Kills to smash a ball on the floor.
Great. Well, as you begin to kind of look and fish around in that liquid with your sword, a small, kind of underdeveloped hand goes and grabs at it. Let's go ahead and roll initiative. Because things are about to get a little fishy.
I don't like it.
This is what they turn into.
Surprisingly, it doesn't sound like it's a worm.
It's a worm with a hand.
And that's what I've been preparing for. Like, apparently, worms don't have lungs. So it could be in the water. I don't know. Who knows?
Oh.
I don't
We'll
know.
go ahead and start with spring kills.
I have a
Oh, but they-
13.
Hey, there we go. Pillsbury,
3.
3. Yedda.
Uh-huh.
0.
That's good. That's good, right?
I got a 6.
Thank you for the 6.
You're welcome.
This is when I wish I had a computer to do the initiative. It's okay. I'll get through it. Give me 1
Uh-oh.
second.
That doesn't sound like a good sentence to say.
That's fine. You guys are great.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, no problem. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Okay. All right, here we go. To make my life easy, I'm going to clump these. Oh my gosh. To make my life easy, I'm going to clump these guys up a bit, okay?
Okay. I feel scared that you're saying that, but okay.
Jeez. They're just oh.
It's
This is
fine.
the
We
part.
found an ape.
Oh yeah, you have an ape. You're fine. Yeah.
It's true. 4 arms.
Uh-huh.
We are just going to still do this in you know what? While I'm doing this, what's going on in your all head? What's going on in your mind right now as you guys are thinking about this? What are you guys thinking? As Percy, do you give a little bit of a ah or anything like that?
Yeah, like it. Oh shit.
What does everyone think at the moment? What do you think it might be? What do you all think might be coming out of this? As I'm through half of these.
Oh shit. Oh no. That's not a worm. It's got a hand.
No, this isn't exactly shit. It looks like some sort of creature of some sort. This is rather peculiar. And this is how I'm gonna play off
There's
rolling
some sort
a
of
zero.
shit happening here.
No, this is not shit. This is the beginnings of life, meaning, but in a very dark and malicious way.
Yeah.
Something to contemplate about in this grave time.
It's making me uncomfortable. I can't understand you. I don't know why I'm responding to you.
Either way, we're ready. And at this point, a half kind of formed creature just drags itself out of the pool. It's not. I mean, they look pretty gnarly already, but it's just sitting there and it's crawling out, and it goes and it's. One has a little tiny arm, the other one has a giant arm, and it goes to reach for your ankle, and it goes to try to bite at you, Percy. Percy does a doop-a-doop-a-doo. Oof. Does a 19 hit?
Yep.
You take. Oh, nice. Oh, that's not too bad. You guys are. 1 point of damage as it bites and starts gnawing on your ankle. You think that's it, but all of a sudden you feel another grab on another hand on your other ankle as another one begins to drag itself out, and it's looking at you, and it goes, "Father, Father," and it goes and looks at you, and it's saying, "Father," and it goes to try to bite at your other ankle because that's apparently what these guys do. 18.
Hits.
Another 1 point of damage. 2 more come out and just start coming after you, and they're crawling on top, and it goes mama, and it goes and it's going for you. This one's a bit confused. It thinks it's your mom. It's its mama. Does a 14 hit?
Kill you.
Yep.
It's rough, huh? 3 points of damage.
We've all been there.
At that moment, Jenna, you're seeing this in a bit of horror as you two feel a little tug at your side.
Oh no.
And this little underdeformed one, this has 2 little Tyrannosaurus Rex hands, and it's going like that, but its legs are fully formed, and it jumps out and it looks at you and it goes,
oh my God,
to bite you. And these things are still, they're about 3 foot.
That doesn't
3
make me
feet
feel
tall.
any better.
And it's 16 to hit.
I think that hits. Yeah, that hits.
2 points of damage.
Ouchie.
Another one. This one has just both sides. The right side has a long arm, a long leg. The other one's kind of lopsided, so it's just kind of like that, kind of just jumping like that at you.
I'm just crying.
11 to hit.
No, actually,
Hey, pretty good.
that one I
Sprinkles,
shrug
it's
off.
your turn. You hear a bit of commotion from the other room.
You hear
She's
crying.
just crying. It sounds like there's something, as fun as smashing these jars is. Once the little thing tried to gasp for air, it is a little, it's hard to deal with this. So I'm hoping there's something in that other room that really deserves it. So I'm gonna start lumbering over there, and can
What
I
you
reach any of
see-
them?
You see, they are so far. 5 of them have pretty much surrounded your party, Jenna and Pillsbury. Though in the other 2, we'll say that they're in the center, on the north and south side. You see these hands, these feet, this little tiny head. They're all starting to kind of peer out and beginning to crawl out of the ooze.
Okay. I think I'll go for some that haven't emerged quite yet fully to try to
Okay.
head them off, and then just start. If I've got, can I get to them?
Sure.
Time to smash.
Yeah, we're gonna say maybe you go north, and to the south there are about 3. To the north there are about 2 that are coming out.
Okay. If I can get to the 3, I'll do that.
All right, you go south. Okay.
And I
They're
just
looking
start.
at you. One starting, you really can't see, but it looks like a fully formed guy. He's standing there and he's bringing his hands out, and as he continues to move up a bit, you see he's got 2 tiny little dangly feet kind of just sitting there as he's walking on his hands coming out.
All right. I'm gonna drop the torch next to me, and just start smashing.
Okay.
All right. My lowest one was a 13.
A 13. Oh, lowest one.
It's my lowest of my 4 attacks.
Wow. Okay. The one thing that you do see as you are trying to do this, it is a bit tight in here, and you will all be taking a -2 to your attack to hit. Okay? So
That'd
just
be
keep that in
11.
mind. All right. That still hits. They all hit.
Okay. So, first one is 10 points of damage.
Poor guy, the one that's coming out with its hands, you just rip it apart. That one's gone.
9 points of damage.
Done. That one that guy didn't even. You're just pulling them out and throwing them up against the wall. It's just
7 points.
that one is you throw it up on the ceiling and it splats on the ceiling a bit, and then eventually you just kerplops down back into it.
Just
Those are 3
roaring.
down. Mm-hmm.
Pick my torch back up. I guess maybe I never even dropped it. Apparently.
You didn't have to. That's the other one. Is that it, Sprinkles?
That's all.
Okay. One more is coming from the center here. So I just want to make a little note because you got all this one. Okay. From the center, it's coming up and it's looking, and it is going for Jenna. It's coming after you. This one, it doesn't have any limbs. They're all little tiny baby limbs, and it's rolling on you, and it's getting close to you, and it's inching at you like a little worm. Hey, there is a worm down here,
There
and
is a worm.
and it goes to try to bite at your feet.
You know what I read too is that apparently they do have like little moving.
7, does a 7 hit?
No.
Unfortunately, it does latch on, but this doesn't have any teeth yet. So
It's just gumming.
it's just gumming you. It's gumming your toes.
That's so uncomfortable.
Well, Jenna, it's your turn. What would you like to do?
Yeah. Oh, these things are so weird. I got some new weapons recently.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now that I'm reading this, I might as well just use my daggers. I use my daggers. So, since one is kind of latched on, I'm guessing hiding is not exactly an option as of right now. If one's kind of dangling off my ankle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, I just go for the stab.
Sure.
No, it was a 4.
4 doesn't hit.
No, it
Anything
doesn't.
else?
No.
Okay, the ones.
Maybe sniffle a little bit. That's it.
All right, the ones from the Alex, you said you went to the south, correct?
I went wherever the 3 were.
All right. The one that there. The 2 from the north appear, and they start coming down, and Jenna and Pillsbury are both going to take one attack. This one, they're both they're interlocked, so the little tiny hands are using like Velcro in the center, and they're one is developed on the right, and the other's developed on the left, and they're using each other, and they're like, and they're coming after you guys. But a 2 does not hit Jenna. Going for Pillsbury. An 18.
I hit.
3 points of damage. As it just tries to give you. Yeah, they're trying to. Maybe they want to be your friend because it goes and gives you like a hug around, and then it bites kind of at your hip. Maybe they think you're made of bread.
You are the baguette
boy.
You are a dough man.
Dough man, after all. Pillsbury, it's your turn.
Well, Pillsbury's looking pretty rough. He's got a sword in his hand, so he is going to slash out at one of these things.
Okay.
And try and hit more than one, but I don't think that's part of the rules.
No, we'll see. We'll see what happens with that mighty deed. Maybe you might get something.
Toss the dice. 13 and a 2.
13 does hit, so that would be. Unfortunately, you don't get a mighty deed. But what are you doing?
I'm just swatting
at whatever one is there.
Yeah.
That sounds good. You go to swat at one of them. 13 does hit. Give me some damage.
7.
Yeah, you just slice it. You just slice it in 2. It's like butter. It's not. They're not. The bones aren't very. It's like not developed all the way. So you're just crushing it. Anything else?
Are they attached to me?
They're kind of grappling you, but they're slippery. You could try to get out of there if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm going to try and move towards Spring Hills.
Okay. Now the way I think it works in this is kind of like it's a penalty to move back, right? Or not a penalty, but it's like your movement speed is kind of like halved if you're kind of retreating. Is that correct, Alex?
Yeah. I haven't looked at, or at least that's one of the like ways you could do it.
Either way, we're gonna say that we didn't do opportunity attacks or anything like last time, so we're not gonna do the same. If you want to be able to kind of move back a ways, we're gonna say that you might be moving back a little bit slower, but you're able to do so. Are you just trying to get out of the way?
Just trying to get closer to
Sprinkles?
the giant ape, yep.
Okay, so you're gonna be going further south. Okay, sounds good. And if we see something, maybe we'll change it later. But this first time, it's no biggie. We'll go ahead and do that. All right.
Well, actually, they got the rule that they have here is basically that the thing that you move away from gets a free attack, which is interesting because I've never seen anybody invoke that.
Do that? Okay. Well, you get a freebie. How about that? And then next round, if we do that, everyone gets one freebie, and then we'll go ahead and just invoke that opportunity attack after. Okay. So coming up next is there's one more as you're going to kind of turn. One comes out and you leave, and it's like, but you know who's still there? Jenna. And this one is actually formed very nice. He comes out, he's like, hey. He looks like he doesn't look too bad. And he goes and he gives you like a little like wink, and he goes like this.
No. I'd really rather not
and then and it goes to bite you.
I'm more scared.
17 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
3 points of damage.
Oh, I'm being whittled. Being whittled down. That was 3 points?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, duh.
After having his lovely internal dialogue about the fragility of life and its meaning in this lonely room everyone seems to have left him in, he hears a commotion going from the right. He looks at himself. He's got 2 hit points. He's not going to do that. He's going to die. He'll get killed. He hasn't hit anything in this entire place. Spells don't work. Everyone's failing him. He's failing himself primarily. It's a very terrible opportunity. He knows for a fact if he goes in there, he's dead. But people are hurt. But the people in there can definitely do better work than he can. So he's going to go on in, going to go up to Pillsbury and say, good luck. And but he's more or less saying it to himself because he's going to try and heal.
Wow.
I believe in you.
Here, it's an 8, but it's a -1, so it's a 7. But I didn't roll a 7, so my disapproval is now an 8. But not for this turn. Next turn, it's an 8.
I picture your god just reading a book going, you're fine. You're fine.
I'll never play cleric again.
It's fun. Coming up next. Uh-oh, back to the top. Here we go. Those center ones are still there. And Jenna's right there. So we're just gonna go. I'm not gonna describe them. 5. No.
To hit, right?
Yes.
No.
No.
if
Oof.
it hits a 13.
Okay,
then yeah.
that's good. 1 point of damage. Hit
Okay.
you get one on your wrist. It bites you. The other one, you said a 13, right?
Mm-hmm.
An 11. So that one does not hit. Sprinkles, it's your turn. They're all ganging up on Jenna right now. She's being surrounded and bit.
I'm gonna move up, and she's carrying my stuff, so I have to defend Jenna. Smash time.
There are 4. Excuse me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 around Jenna. 6 around Jenna.
Let's see. Uh-oh. I have a net 1.
Okay.
Let's deal with that first.
Mm-hmm. And I want to say, I don't think everyone else has used it. I mean, it's not going to help with the nat 1, but I think everyone else still has fleeting luck. I burned mine, but everyone else still has one.
Not anymore.
Oh.
Not anymore.
All right. I think I'm going to be okay.
Nice.
I rolled a 1.
Okay.
So your incompetent blow makes you laughing stock of the party, but otherwise causes no damage. So
As I'm being like gnawed on by all the enemies.
let's see, a 9 to hit.
Does not hit.
Okay, we'll leave that one alone. How about, okay, and it's a -2. 19 to hit?
Hits.
Okay, so the other 2 will hit. 8 points.
Done.
And 6 points.
Done. You just bonk them together. And they just flat. They're not really put together pretty well. We got one still in the center, though. You are there as well now. It's gonna see who it's choosing, and it is going for Jenna. It's the
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
9
Does
does
not hit.
not hit. Jenna, it's your turn. You got the debonair one gnawing on your hip. You got a few gnawing on your wrist.
Mm-hmm.
You got one that keeps on the debonair one. And he's like biting at you, and he's going like that.
So uncomfortable. Is there like an equivalent to like a dodge action in DCC? Because I don't think I can necessarily get away. Well, I am being given one freebie, so maybe I can
You're
just
given one freebie.
Maybe I'll use that to get the hell away from here. So I have 3 hit points, and I'm surrounded by 6 things. 7, maybe. No, 6. So I might just run. I'll use my freebie, but I'll have that answer for next time. I'm going to use my freebie to try and run and hide.
Okay, you're able to move out of the way.
Cool. Maybe like hide. Like maybe I go back up the stairs and like hide behind this wall or something.
Sure, you could give me one of
Sure.
those agility checks, and you could tell me what you get.
Sure. That would be a 13.
13. You're all good.
Cool. Okay.
Okay, coming up next.
Shaking in the corner.
They're all surrounding. Well, most of them are surrounding Sprinkles at the moment. Sprinkles. Ooh. 20. A nat 20.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Damn. That's only 1 point, but I believe that would be a crit. So, let's see. If you could bring up that table for me, we are looking at crit. Doesn't really say table, so I'm assuming that
There's one for monsters.
Oh, monsters, okay. The D20.
Is it? Let me just see real quick. Yeah, I think it is.
Okay, I'll let you know what I get. We have definitely Tux. They just want hugs. They're just lonely. A 6.
They're lonely.
Weapon is lodged in PC's chest. The attack inflicts plus 2d6 damage and an additional d6 next round.
Well, I guess its teeth are it goes and it's stuck. It's stuck. It's the worm one, and it's just stuck on your chest, and it's gumming. But for some reason, right at that moment, it was gumming at your chest, and all of a sudden, you just underneath those gums, just these teeth just protruded and latched on.
It's teething.
It's teething. It's growing so quickly. They grow up so fast. So that was the original one, I believe, was 2 points. And then you have 12 points of damage. And it's latched on.
12?
12.
Jeez. Good thing it hit me.
Definitely.
I would have died. Boy.
Next one, going for you too. But a 9 does not hit, I'm assuming.
No.
Pillsbury, your turn.
All right, so they're all attacking him now, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll rush in there, pull out my shield, and technically it's Sprinkle's shield.
Uh-huh.
And I will swing at one of them.
All right. You have, let's see, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 still up, and they're all around Sprinkles.
18
18 hits.
and 2 for the other dice.
That alone, it's not a clean cut, but it's still. So that'd be 2. All right, go ahead and give me the damage then.
I rolled an 8, so 10 damage.
Yeah, okay, it was a clean cut. That thing just gets chopped in half. It's gone. Yeah, Daw, your turn.
Should I really even take a turn? Is
I
it really worth it at this point? He's just gonna be like, he's just gonna saunter away from Pillsbury and Springkills. They seem handled. Jenna needs some help. Jenna could use some help. Jenna could use some healing. Well, if you're at least gonna ignore them, at least help this one. And he's gonna try and heal. Damn it. It's gonna happen.
Jenna? Can you see
I believe in
Jenna?
you.
Jenna's hidden. Can you see Jenna?
I don't even know anymore. Do I?
I'm shaking in the corner. I'll allow you to see me.
I will allow you to see.
Hi.
Hey, Anna. I feel your pain.
I don't even want to roll this dice anymore.
Yeah, you do. Come on. It's fun. This game is fun. You're having fun.
Sending some good luck to you. Boop.
You will have fun.
You will have fun.
Yeah, look it. I believe in you, yeah, Daw. The chat believes in you.
I believe in you. I believe in you. It's like that bad
Anna, what's your alignment?
What's my alignment? Chaos.
I rolled a 17. Minus
Oh.
1. 16.
That
chaos?
sounds. Yeah.
What's your hit die, Jenna?
That's a good question. I haven't had to use it till now. What is my hit die?
6.
D6?
Uh-huh.
Okay. A D6.
Uh-huh.
With the Yeda blessing.
6. You get 6 hit points back.
I get 6 hit points back?
Uh-huh.
I'm so proud of you! I'd hug you if I wasn't hiding.
Uh-huh.
Do you feel joy?
He's just gonna turn around, probably seeing all the rest of them coming his way. He's at 2 hit points. Uh-huh.
Feel joy.
That's it.
That's beautiful moment. Coming up next. The 2 that are still around, because they're all around Sprinkles right now, trying to attack. An 18 to hit.
Damn it. Yes.
1 point of damage.
Oh, okay.
Another one. This was the one that was kind of looking at Jenna, kind of suave. He goes up to you and is like, 1, 2, 3, 4. 6.
1, 2, 3, 4.
6 to hit.
No.
No. Okay. Sprinkles, your turn.
I'm going to immediately, like, I sidestep away as he's trying to nibble on my ankle, and I'm going to go for a big smash.
Yeah.
Little boy toy.
Little cochino head.
Does a 11 hit?
Yep, sure does.
7 points.
Done. It's you just crack his skull and his head into his body.
There's some more?
Yep. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 still around you.
Okay. 9 to hit is a miss. I will use my fleeting luck to make it a 10.
Hits.
Okay. That one is 7 points.
7 points of damage. Done. It does that, by the way, when it dies. Next.
16 to hit.
16 does hit.
10 points.
Boing, 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 boing.
And a crit.
Oh,
It
okay.
does 7 points.
Yeah.
I won't.
I mean,
roll
you
on
can
the
roll
table.
see if Huh? You don't, or you will?
Okay. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. What if maybe something happens?
Should I roll on the monster table? I guess.
Yes, probably. That would probably be it.
Oh, this devastating strike. This attack inflicts an additional 1d16 damage.
1d16.
Wow.
So there's
Let's
an
see.
extra 7 points on that.
Jesus Christ.
As you go to just totally smash it, you smash it, and as it splats, you pulverize it to the point where some of this purple goo, it appears that you've mashed it enough where some of this goo starts kind of rolling back into that pool there, and you notice they look about the same consistency as you just pulverize that thing. Do you still have one attack left?
That was it. Yeah, so
Okay.
4 down.
Jenna, you are hidden.
I am. And how
But I'm gonna give you a little bit of information while you're there.
that's
on
good.
your
I was gonna
turn.
ask for some.
Okay. As you do, you would see these two doors swing open.
Oh, okay.
And you see 3 of the small hooded figures come waddling out. They look pretty well kind of, formed. They come waddling out and they're looking around and they see the jars on the floor and they're from the southern side. The northern side, the door opens. Boom. And this about 5 foot tall creature. He has no hood.
Mhm.
He's wearing like a butcher's apron,
Oh dear.
and he has cleavers on both of his hands. He slams open the door, and eyeballs are just everywhere. There's eyes,
Oh.
forehead, forearms, every which way, and they're just searching, and they're all staring, and they're just peering at these jars that have been broken. And you see him just shaking, and this purplish goop is just dripping from his cleavers as he just stares on the ground. You're hidden.
I feel bad.
It's Pillsbury's roommate from culinary school.
We've assaulted Pillsbury's roommate from culinary school's family. Okay. There's that. Down.
There's that. Yes.
There's
so you have at the north. You have the larger one. The
Mhm.
south. You have the 3 cloaked figures with the little daggers. Back to where Sprinkles is.
Mhm.
There's just one little lonely, half-developed creature, kind of
Mhm.
hybrid left. You're kind of up, kind of still crawling and scared, hiding. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna help Sprinkles because they've helped me substantially. Plus, I need to warn them that there's more coming.
Mhm.
So I'm going to kind of head down the stairs to do hopefully a backstab.
Okay.
That
Right
is my
now, Sprinkles, there is one left, and it's currently attached onto Sprinkles' chest. It's the wormy man, kind of just chomping on his chest.
Okay. I would like to attempt the backstab. If it is a backstab, it's a 13. If not, then it's a 10.
13 hits.
Okay. So I will do that. Okay, so 4 points of stab damage.
Okay. I'm gonna say, I mean, yes, if you'd like, you could roll, but even then, you just kill this thing.
Nice. I'm going to look to Sprinkles, and I'm going to tell them 3 more upstairs. Adults. Probably enough. And I'll say that to whoever. I'll say that to whoever else is closer. Like if Pillsbury's close enough, I'll be like 3 more upstairs, adults. Yada yada yada. I'll let people know. But that'll be it for me.
Well, Sounds good. Unfortunately, it's not able to bite down on you. So you don't incur any more damage. Spring
Oh.
Hills, it's dead.
Oh. What a shame.
Yeah, Abiosaurus Jones. Go ahead and they're taking some redum. Okay, he's trying to figure it out. Well, he'll get there. He's trying to figure out the fleeting luck. Oh man, he's trying his best to help you guys out. I'm sure you'll pay the. He's trying. He is so sweet.
Oh,
Look at him.
he's
He's just trying
trying.
so hard. Either way, either way. Pillsbury, you have a bit of information. They still seem to. You hear kind of screams of agony and terror coming from the top, though they seem to not be aware of you all yet. What would you like to do?
I am going to pull out my bow and arrow. And I'm not sure if that's an action or not in this.
No, we'll say that it's free action. You could pull out a bow and arrow.
I'm going to go up the stairs
Okay.
till I can see
Up the
the
stairs
butcher.
to the south, you see 3 of the smaller creatures. To the north, you see one larger kind of butcher creature.
And I am going to say, Butcher, it's your time to die. I'm going to shoot an arrow at him.
Uh-huh.
And all the eyes at once just all stare at you as you go. Go ahead.
I rolled a 1.
Oh. Uh-oh.
What kind of armor are you wearing?
I'm not wearing armor.
Okay. That's just a D4.
4.
Do you have a luck modifier?
No.
No, okay. Your weapon is damaged. A bowstring breaks. The weapon can be repaired with 10 minutes of work, but it is useless for now.
It just kind of collapses. Might have been an old bow that you picked up.
Yeah, it was an old bow. It makes sense. All right.
Yeah, was that one of the ones from the bear or the storeroom that we found?
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit kind of old on the old side. Yeda. It's your turn. They see Pillsbury. Yeah, they say Pillsbury, but they really haven't noticed you yet. You're standing there kind of in the corner. You've just kind of maybe come in tune again. Maybe your god is still there. Maybe this is just a test. Maybe this is just a way to test your resolve.
I'm already in this hole this far. The only way out of this is to keep going further beyond. I go up to Pillsbury and I give him a good old slap on the back, and I'm gonna get it's 5.
He keeps on slapping him. He doesn't know. He just has to touch him. I think that's.
Oh, no. How many? 5 D4?
I feel like he's healing me for 5, but he's doing 5 damage at the same time.
That's exactly what happened. He just hit you very. 13.
13.
My disapproval's now at a 9.
The
Coming
cleric
next. Yeah,
loses
yeah.
access to 2 randomly determined level 1 spells. These spells cannot be cast until the next day.
I'm looking at D3. I lost access to Bless. I lost access to whatever my second one is. I lost Darkness. I still got paralysis though.
That's useful. That's processing.
That's it.
Aw.
I think we might, Alex. I think this maybe might signify maybe a little bit of a little snippet. Maybe do we have something? Maybe something sad.
You want
Maybe
to see
we-
something sad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. This is the synopsis of Yeddaw's journey, thinking he was enlightened and full of the divinity of his god, and here we go.
My God was with me.
It can't be true. I could fly if I wanted to. Like a bird in the sky. If I
You believe.
I believe we can make a change. I can make a difference here. I can do it. I'll go sailing.
no!
No more.
Clearly I be praying.
Praying no more.
That hurt.
That hurt.
Still alive. That's good.
That was a gut and a heart punch.
Well, now that we're at the top, let's go in and rolling these bad boys. All right.
The heart punch is next.
This is sad. But yeah, it's fun, right? Here we go. We have a... Okay.
I was really hoping when the demon butcher comes in, he would just say, "Fresh meat."
I was hoping when Percy would attack, he's like, "Butcher, I'm a baker. All we need is a candlestick maker." Mm. Praying no more. There's like zero room for anything on here.
The good old days of trying to track initiative on a piece of paper.
Yep, good old days is right. All right, that would be. Okay. Top of the order. One of the smaller ones comes in. As he's running towards you, the cloak falls back. All of the eyes on top of his head are just kind of looking at you. And in this room, we have Percy and Yeda. Let's gonna go see where this attack is going. It is going to Yeda with its little curvy dagger. It's coming out and it's, but it gets a 2. It is not able to hit your shiny shield.
Please.
Up next, Sprinkles.
If I get down to the southern group, can I be in melee range of all 3 of those?
One's come forward. We're gonna say if you take one out, that's near Yedal, you'd be able to get to the other two.
Okay, I'll go to that one first.
Okay.
Oh, that'll be a 10.
10 is it's not enough.
Not
Very
enough. How about an
tight.
11?
11 hits.
All right. 10 points of damage.
And you break it, and as soon as you do, it's like you dropped like a candy jar, and all of the eyes, as soon as it hits the floor, just scatters and rolls away.
And then a lunge at the other two. Slam attack. Okay, that's a 25 to hit.
25 hits.
6 points.
Same thing. Another shot, other direction. Boom! And this one, the same thing. Just scatters. All the eyeballs just go rolling out.
And then I just look at that last one. That's going to be an 18 to hit. 7
It goes,
points of damage. Let's grab his skull and just headbutt him.
As you do a few of the eyeballs, like zits, just pop. And the rest just bop out and just roll in all different directions. That it just stands kind of lifeless there and eventually falls back.
I'll just look to the north of the room, do sort of the Hulk Hogan like point. Yeah!
And it looks back at you, looks to the rest of the group with its cleavers, and it's gonna see where it's going. Let's see. This guy is going for Jenna, and it points at you.
I was like,
It looks at you and goes, Jenna, and you could. I've already told all the eyes, though his eyes are looking at you. All the other eyes are staring at Jenna, and it just does like the Terminator, like, and looks at you and just moves forward with its cleavers. Its arms are super dangly and long, so those cleavers are like dragging on the floor as he's coming towards you. Does a 14 hit?
yeah. I have a 13 armor class.
Okay. It's gonna do a little bit of damage. Maybe.
Is it
You got some heals, right?
is it above a 9?
No, it's a 7. It's a 7. 7 points of damage as it just cleaves into you.
My life is flashing before my eyes right now.
It's like a video game. Everything's flashing red.
Yeah. Boop, 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 boop,
But really, it's just like your artery just squirting blood in front of your eyes. It's just horrible. It's not feeling good.
I don't feel so good, guys.
Jen, it's your turn.
I've used my freebie runaway. Oh yeah, did we is there like a dodge action in this game? Or no?
Up to Isaac.
I'm gonna say, yeah, you could use your action to dodge. Sure.
Yeah, because if they get like the equivalent of an opportunity attack, then I feel like I might have a better chance of dealing myself. So maybe if I however that might work, I would like to try to focus on dodging.
Okay, sounds good. If it goes to try to attack you, we'll have to roll at disadvantage. That's fine.
Okay.
Pillsbury, your turn.
All right, Pillsbury is going to run up to him, pulling out his great axe since the bow doesn't work anymore, and take a swing at him.
Sounds good. Swing true.
It's so sad. It's a 1.
Oh, no. Well, at least
That-
you know you got to roll a d4.
Two.
This game, man.
2.
It's great. I love it. It's totally just rough. It's,
right.
Yeah, you can't take it too seriously.
You
It's
trip.
rough.
But you may be able to recover with a DC 10 reflex save. Otherwise, you will spend the next round prone.
Well, I didn't roll a 1, but it's only a 3.
Yeah, you try your best to stay up, but that axe is pretty heavy. It's nothing. It's not well balanced like the chef's tools that you're used to using. The I don't know. It's not a pan that you're normally used to holding in front of you. So you just
The rolling pin.
yeah, rolling pin. You're down. Next up is yeah.
My God frowns upon me. My God frowns upon Pillsbury. The only one my God seems to like is Jenna. I'm gonna go heal Jenna.
I need it. Thank you. Maybe other people need it too, but I feel like I need it.
You have no idea how much I've been trying to heal people. I haven't been able to heal myself.
Help.
It's a 3.
Oh,
No, it can't be true.
You know what? There you go.
Danny.
Here we go again. Oh, here goes another song.
Oh, just fall right out, me.
Oh, cheer. It's a 5.
It's a 5.
It's a 5.
All right. The cleric
Yeah. What now? What more can
clearly
you do to me?
will not be sailing. Oh.
No more.
You must undergo the test of humility.
Fucking sure.
For
What
the
is it this
remainder
time?
of the day, you must defer to all other characters and creatures as if they were your superiors. Failure at the discretion of the judge means he immediately loses all spellcasting ability, including healing and laying on hands for the remainder of the day.
You got to show some respect in those grunts. You hear?
I have been.
Oh,
The chat wants to know what deity does Yedha follow?
I follow the patron saint of the seas. His name is Daughtry. He's the guy you can rely on in your time of need. But clearly, this is not it. It's a piece of shit.
Daughtry. Yeah, praise to Daughtry.
Hallelujah. That's it.
Oh, that's pretty rough. Coming up next, Wrinkles.
Arrgh. I worship violence. Let's go say hello to this butcher. First attack. 23 to hit.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna be 6 points.
Okay. That hits. He's looking a little rough, but he's still standing.
14 to hit.
14 hits.
8 points of damage.
What do you do? Finish him off.
I run up there and I grab. Does he have one butcher's knife, two butcher's knife?
Yes, 2.
2.
On
I
his
just grab
hands,
his
yeah.
arms and then I grab them and push both of the the flat ends of the butcher's knives like against his face, and I just like start. I basically do the.
Squeezing.
Are you what? What are you? You're an idiot sandwich.
Hell
And as
yeah.
you do that, just pink goop just splats everywhere. As for a moment, his hands flail, headless, and eventually falls to the floor. And down, hundreds and hundreds of eyes just start pouring out. It's like eyes that were hidden behind eyes, just bloop 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 bloop, just like falling out. He lost his marbles. He's no more.
Check his pockets.
Let's see. Well, a little bit lint and fingers and a little bit goop. One pocket is his goop pocket, apparently. He just has some of that purple goop.
A bunch of fingers.
Just fingers and goop.
Ugh. Ugh.
I take one finger and I just start munching.
You got it. You do a little bit, kind of little. You see little purplish goo kind of falling off of Sprinkle's lip.
Uh-huh.
Let me get that for you.
Mhm.
Wipe.
Well, I see that we're past the 4-hour mark. How are you all feeling? I'm thinking maybe we might need one more session. I'm thinking it might be a little bit more.
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'm gonna go up to Yada. I've got some wounds. I've got some bites.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna just grab his arm, put it against one of the wounds. Ah! Mm.
Do it, yeah.
Superior.
Believe in you.
It's a cocktail. I gotta re-roll it. No. It's a 12 minus 1.
But
11.
It's
What
close
does
though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's close.
Did you use your fleeting luck?
No. I'm gonna do that now.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll do that. Now my disapproval won't go up to an 11. We're good.
Those hurts.
What's your alignment?
Lawful.
Oh, you might get a good bonus here. You get 2 dice. What's your hit die?
That's a good question. Amazing, I'm sure. D8.
Of course, it's always the healing's the max one. How does 16 sound?
Oh, that sounds good. I was down 13, so.
With this renewed sense of confidence, he's gonna go back to Pillsbury, damn it! He's gonna heal this little doughboy for all he's worth. He believes in himself, and he's gonna do it. And I rolled a 6.
How is this possible? I believe in you.
For a while, it was you got a friend in me. Boo-doo-doo. You got, and I will go sing no more. 6? Uh-huh.
I don't want to say the number.
Just say it. It's not bad.
Would you like to add 10 to that original number said?
16?
16?
It's not
Yeah.
bad. 16 is not that high.
Don't worry, my fail rate's now to 11.
You're temporarily barred from using Lay on Hands ability.
Oh.
The deity will not grant healing powers for the next 1d4 days.
Oh, this is gonna suck.
Oh. Aw. Oh my
God,
god.
abandon me.
We gotta go to the boss right now.
Oh.
You know, in D&D, Dahl loves the cleric. It's his favorite class. It's fantastic. It's a great healer. This Yeti needs to retire now.
It can happen. Very simple.
Yeah. Yep. I can turn undead still at a -1 penalty with the 55% chance of failing immediately. I can call for divine aid. Would that be a -11 to do? Yeah. It's impossible. All I have to say is just 2 words and it could all go away forever.
Thanks for the raid.
Hey.
I'm Butterbean.
Well, Gummy Games just rated us. Thanks for joining us. You just come in at the tail end of our session. We're playing The One Who Watches from Below, and currently Dawson, one of our players, is enjoying the experiences of playing a cleric in DCC.
How high is your disapproval right now?
55%. Up to 11 now. And I can't heal. I lost all my spells except one.
I think you've tried to heal me 4 times now.
It failed every time. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so confused as to how it's happening. I had a +3
I'm just
modifier.
sitting here at 2 hit points,
My
laying
personality
on the
was-
ground.
I can't. I can only heal Jedi apparently, and
Only
sprinkles
once.
24. Only. Would you like some healing? Never mind. I can't because it's gone forever
For D4 days?
for a D4
How many days, by the way?
3 days.
That's nothing.
Well, maybe we
Easy.
just leave. And
Yeah, let's leave and come back. Rest up.
Yeah.
I need to go on like a mission, like a sacred holy order quest, just to fix this.
I thought that's what we were doing down here in the first place.
Yeah, me too.
I'm still convinced the only reason we came down here was an elaborate ruse to get the baker to come along because Yetta really enjoys, I don't know, crullers.
I like puff pastries. What can I say?
Puff pastries.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we can leave and come back, right? We haven't triggered anything potentially dangerous, I don't think.
Well,
We've-
is
we've-
Sprinkles going to finish smashing these bottles?
Yeah, we've killed an entire goo family. It's pretty rough down here. This
You're gonna
did not turn
continue-
out to be
you're
a
gonna
fun
continue
picnic.
Breaking a little bit more.
I
Yeah.
like Smash.
Okay. Yeah. Then just go ahead and just break as much as you like. Go
I'm gonna
get on
take a-
nice and loud. Yeah.
I'm gonna take a
Uh-huh.
breather off to the side and just keep an eye out for any more people. Just watching. Hand on my neck.
Okay, you crash. What is everyone else doing as these? Are you taking out your frustration? Is that what's going on, or are you just trying to stop?
I think for Sprin, it's more, trying to stop this. Like these things are clearly being grown for, and they're just like, pathetic, and suffering. Like there's things that crawled out of the goo. Like we're putting them out of their misery, I think.
Okay, sounds good. You are able to do that. It seems that in at least the near vicinity, you're not seeing anything else kind of coming after you. Before we wrap up the session, however, I would like to maybe we'll go ahead and just continue moving to the left, just kind of maybe showing a little bit more of the rest of the area down here. Okay, if you go up, you guys would eventually open the doors. Up north here, you would see a cloakroom. There's not too much, doesn't look like too much foot traffic happens here. So if you needed a rest, this would probably be the best place to take it. There's little cloaks kind of hung up along on hooks. A little further down, you would see what you think might have been where these other hybrids were coming from. You see two vats in the center, a table along the sides, and it appears to be on the ground just nasty, gory pieces of these halflings. It looks like on the table, it looks like there's hammers and butcher bits where it looks like they were kind of mushing up these bodies of these things and putting them in these vats of this gooey purple liquid. And a little bit further, I'm going to go ahead and just let you guys do this real quick. You come across two doors. What would you guys like to do?
I'm too terrified to open them, so I'm gonna stay back and just kind of look at the goo.
I'm not afraid. They're all dead now. So I'm going to open one of the doors, the top.
Okay.
You open the top door, and what you find is a green light that glows. I'm moving all these out of the way. A green light that glows from a large glass cylinder. Eyeballs floating, and liquid seems to stare directly at you. Another door to the north and another door to the south.
Check out
Oh my
that door
God.
to the north.
South.
All right, we'll just go with the north real quick. You go up, and you would find a room that contains several empty crates, a circular hatch. It seems that beyond this appears pretty solid. It seems that there might be like a quick little hidey hole escape route through here. It opens up into a smaller little area down here.
I'll open up some of the crates just to see.
You see not very much. It seems like empty piece. Every once in a while you see a bundle of flowers, though it doesn't seem anything of value. Kind of bit of not really helpful material. Nails, things like that. Sharpeners
We'll follow
for
this
knives.
hidey hole and see where that goes.
Sure, you go down a bit and you would see that this leads you to the area that you started.
Loopy loop.
A little loopy loop.
Loop de loop.
And I guess we'll continue to go back then and go down to the south.
Cool. You go down to the south and you find yourself four tall pyramids are positioned in a triangular pattern in this room. Each pyramid is topped by a spinning glass prism dancing with light. As you look at these prisms, you would see images you would see one which looks to be that of an overheaded like view, and you just see little. It kind of sways back and forth, and you just see little like mushrooms on the ground, and they kind of blink every once in a while at you. Another one appears to be moving through a hallway and kind of staring, kind of looking around like a moving camera. Another would see as it kind of turns, you would see above you. It looks like it's pointing down, looking at you, looking at this prism.
So these sort of seem like, at least the first one with the mushroom, does that feel like it's that one room we were in?
Yep, sure
We were,
does.
like looking into different spaces. And
Mhm.
this last one looks like it's looking into this particular room that we're actually sitting in.
Right above you.
Look
Is there
up.
is there anything up there?
You see two eyes looking down at you, and as soon as you find it, they look and they begin to move and kind of try to get away.
Can I throw a dart?
Sure.
At
We're
one
going
of
to say
them?
that you go ahead and skewer them. No
Oh,
problem.
cool.
So as that happens, though, is there change in the prism? Like as they're moving, does the perspective move?
It does. As they move, it's like it's almost like a camera. It's almost like kind of like cameras that are showing the viewer. It's like someone is able to see. You're pretty much getting the sense that all these eyes are around. Whoever's looking at this prism is able to see through their perspective. The prism kind of moves around again, and there's one where you see like waist high Jenna. You see waist high Pillsbury. You see waist high Yeda.
I look below.
And you're looking and you're trying to figure out where that's coming from.
Mm-hmm.
And Sprinkles, as you go to kind of maybe you're kind of moving and you're kind of and as you do the perspective moves. And you're going like this, kind of scratching yourself. It's a bit upside down now. And you're just seeing, yep, it's moving. It's moving as you're moving.
Uh-oh.
Yep. Moves. There goes Dark.
I want to move to the south and be like, from now on, like I'm like keeping those two hands like tucked away.
All right, you go further south, and you find what appears to be naked, half-size mutations are suspended in glass, glowing in purple light. They seem not to see you, but they're definitely kind of just sitting there. One looks like it has a gash. The other one looks like it's been stabbed.
These are like people suspended in
They
this?
look like mutations. They look like some of these halfling hybrid creatures.
Are they awake?
They are not awake, though. You see some. It looks like one. Looks like it was punctured in the arm, but it looks like it's like kind of closing slowly in these pools.
Back to tanks. Mm. Ash?
Is it connected to any kind of power source?
You could give me an intelligence check to see.
4.
Not that you're aware of. Looks like it's pretty. It's glowing. Colors look nice. Kind of pink light. Kind of reverberates off of the crystals.
I'm gonna smash it.
Okay, you're able to do that. Falls to the floor. They're still kind of stuck. You see when some of the lungs kind of inhale as it's like throwing up this viscous ooze on the ground as it crashes open.
I'm gonna flash Pillsbury a thumbs up and assist with the smashing.
Yep, no problem. Just 2 little hits and it's gone. Yeah, this thing's smashed, pulverized on the floor.
All right, we'll do the other 2.
Same thing. You're like it what in the Matrix when Neo comes out of that tube and is just like that. And it's the same thing. They're just gasping for air.
Point at that last door. Huh?
Last door, and at this, what you see is a tall figure with a bag over its head is curled up on the floor. It appears to be moving and breathing. And that is where we're going to probably end the session for tonight.
Just getting spooky.
Wow.
We'll find out next time.
Well, thank you everyone for joining us. It's been a pretty fun and a rough session. This is the kind of how it is. So when you play DCC, you expect a bit more kind of dungeon crawly feel, a little bit of rough. But I mean, that's the way it goes. It's fun. The dice are the dice. Hope you are enjoying hanging out with us. We're having a lot of fun having you here with us. We're 20 sides to every story. First off, if you are looking to come and hang out with us, we have a Discord. Please come and stop by. We'd love to hang out and chat for a bit, talk about tabletop, video games, just life in general, whatever you'd like to come and talk about. We're here, more than welcome and happy to talk with you. Also, if you feel obliged, we have a Patreon. Come and stop by and you could check that out to support us. We'd really appreciate it. Also, in May 9th through the 14th, we're going to have a 20 sides week of giving. And it's charity fundraiser that will be giving 100% of the proceeds will be going to the Center for the Suicide Awareness. We've had a kind of partnership in the past with them. It's a charity and a group that we feel fills a need, especially for sometimes for the demographics and the gamers that we play with. It's nice to have a place where you could go and talk to someone about certain things. They offer training, assistance with certain situations. Please take a look and check them out if you're looking for more information about them. But once again, it's the May 9th through the 14th. We'll be having a few giveaways that week. They actually provided us with a few controllers that will be given out, as well as some cool T-shirts and swag. So please come and check us out then. This week on the docket, tomorrow will be. You think this game's rough? come and check out Storm King's Thunder. They're right now on a tower, a cloud tower. Yes, and it has a hat. So I mean that alone, right? That's a selling point on its own. So please come and check that out. We have two of the players here are playing in that as well. So come and check that out. That's DM Casey who's running that. We also have on Monday a community campaign with DM Alex. Alex is playing with us tonight. The characters are going. They're currently running through the Temple of Elemental Evil. I played in a few. Pretty much all of us have played in a few sessions. That's a great game to play, and we're having a lot of fun. He runs it community campaign style. We have over about 16 different players that have played in that so far, and eventually we'll probably be starting another one. But right now we are coming maybe towards, I don't know, to the kind of middle.
Yeah, probably 2 months
end-ish.
left.
2 months left for the community campaign. So yeah, if you want to come and talk to us about that, like I said, you could always come on Discord and check things out. We'd love to talk to you about that. Monday they're going to what group is this?
Fire Node.
Fire. So that sounds like fun. Adventurers last week were at the water node, so fire's on its way. Also Wednesdays we have DM Dave doing playing a bit of Dragonlance. That's always fun. He has a group that plays around a table with miniatures. He has his dungeon that has tons and tons of cool miniatures. So please come and check that out. He streams that for us. And we have, I'm sure, more cool things. We always have Tragic Sides. It's a stream on Thursdays where Joe goes and plays some cool kind of horror games. Little different for the stream, but it's entertaining and fun to watch. And he's a blast. He's a lot of fun to watch. So come and check him out on Thursdays. And I believe that's it for this week. Anything else happening or?
Next Saturday at 1 p.m. we got Gabe's Mystara game.
That's right.
But
yep,
that's next week. So yeah,
next week. Yep. And either way, come check us out next week too for that. We will be finishing up this DCC game within the next session. It's probably going to be one more. Actually, it will be one more. And once again, I'm Isaac. I hope you all had fun. Thank you very much for sticking around. And I think we might rate somebody if we see somebody.
Yeah, let's see.
Out there.
Real quick. Who do we got? We could go and raid. We'll go raid the Mandy.
Okay. Yeah, so stick around for that. Let's show them some support over there. And thank you very much. Have a wonderful night. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. Thanks again.
Thank you and have a good night.
Bye. Spooky.
That's the